we need it, just switch it up. So you do this before. Really? Okay. Will you join us now? Okay. Can we? Can go? What is it? Hello, everybody. So I think we can proceed. We can start with the first panel of today. Thank you very much to everybody for being here, our speakers and also the startups. So today we start with the panel on EU projects and public funding as an incubator tool for startups. We will be discussing with our speakers how important public funding and support to startup is. And as you all know, today is all about helping startups to innovate tomorrow's transport and mobility by connecting them with co-creators. And from our side, from Ertico side, this means to connect them with our partners in Ertico European Lead projects. So Ertico currently manages around 20 research, pilot, and deployment EU projects, and we engage our partners in international activities. We try to involve our startups and the startups in general with these projects, engaging them with all the project activities and our partners. So giving them the opportunity to mature their innovations by actively contributing to the project's outcome. So we have a panel of excellent speakers. I will be introducing them one by one when they speak. And without further ado, we start with our first speaker. She couldn't be here, but she sent a video for us all. And you all know her. It's Karima Delli, a member of the European Parliament and the chairwoman for the European Parliament's Committee on Transport and Tourism. In 2017, she co-founded the European Startup Prize for Mobility. It's a yearly competition that awards the best 10 startups in mobility. Ertico has supported the Startup Prize for Mobility since the beginning, and this year competition deadline is on the 30th of November. To all the startups, please apply. You have one-stop shop there and a lot of opportunities to connect with different ecosystems in Europe and to win prizes that are worth your future. So, as Karima always say, Europe is your playground, so let's hear it from her.
Guten Tag, Hamburg. I'm deeply honored to attend this ITS World Congress 2021. Thank you, Ertico, for your invitation. I wish I were there physically with you in Hamburg today. I am unfortunately requested as the European Parliament, but still, I have a few messages I really want to address you all. First, this panel is a music to my heart. Can the EU boost innovation and green innovation in particular? Yes, we can, and in so many ways. So how? Let me give you two examples. We need more EU accelerators dedicated to mobility. You may all know about EU accelerators, such as the European Innovation Council, ITS, but only IT urban mobility is dedicated to mobility, and they are only focused on early stage, so there is a gap. We need to reinforce the role of all EU bodies in accelerating mobility at every stage of their growth. We need to adapt EU financial instruments to new innovative business models. Let's take a successful example, the European Investment Bank, which has the largest funding capacity for green transition. So the good news is, since 2019, innovation in their radar, with the funding entering level from 15 million euros for mobility startups. Every EU institution needs to do the same and target startups to the same as they used to do with SMEs. That is why I created the European Startup Prize for Mobility 5 years ago. After 5 years, we are now European largest prize and an acceleration program for sustainable mobility, and we are unique for two reasons. We are a public and private initiative establishment in collaboration with all EU institutions, European Parliament, European Commission, European Battery Alliance, European Investment Bank, etc., and with strategy private partners like Artico. That was here with us since the beginning, and I can only thank Artico for their commitment and trust. So a good accelerator is a good ecosystem, and if the EU can offer funding opportunities, we need to have the private sector involved to bring more trade opportunities and industry partnership. For example, Artico brings great visibility to our 10 best startups by inviting them a physical booth and at the ITS European Congress next year. We do provide a one-stop shop to the European Union. Startups don't have the resources to apply for every EU project. That is why one application for the European Startup Prize takes them to be screened by 6 EU institutions. It saves so much resources and time for the startup. We have the responsibility to simplify the life and application of the startups. I stop there. I hope it gives you some idea to challenge our support during your panel, and I remind you all the EU Startup Prize call for application is now open. So join us, and thank you again, Artico, for your invitation today.
Thank you very much, Karima. We really appreciate your words, and we will be touching upon a few points you already mentioned. But now we go to our next speaker, is Norbert Herrmann from the Startup Affair Berlin government. Norbert's focus is on managing and supporting large-scale and small-scale projects by creating an enabling environment. So please tell us more, Norbert.
Okay. Good morning to everybody. I come from the Berlin Center Department for Economics, which is the Ministry for Economics in the state of Berlin. And I have a general view on startups. I don't have a focal view on mobility startups. However, I try to have some input that can help here on the stage. What you see, Berlin for startups, is what we learned, because startups play an important role in the Berlin economy. They are growing, they are bringing in innovation, and what we find out, we need to support them. We are not the drivers of the startup ecosystem. The young guys and girls and boys, they do the things, they have crazy ideas, and they look forward for doing more. But we, as state of Berlin, we try to support when there are bottlenecks. But what we learned next is The startups can be there for Berlin too. Okay. Yes. I just prepared something. It's hard to be read or whatever. So what we did is we looked into startups. What do they need? What is the pain of startups? They need capital. Is it right? Yes, they need capital. And today it's about money, isn't it? Also EU projects and accelerators. So there's a lot of things flying into startups by means of money. However, we are very aware the money is not only the good money coming from the state. Private money plays a very important role, and private incubators as well. Startups, another pain is, at this point of time, very intensely, talents. They need additional people that can do programming, that can do project management, that can work for them. So especially in Berlin, we have the Business Innovation Service at the Berlin partner. So we try to bring talents into Berlin. Infrastructure, and this is something I think that's of major importance also for mobility startups and for transportation. There is not only need for offices and workspaces, there need to be hardware labs and test beds. I think that's the same in any state and on any place. However, in Berlin, we try to do some steps forward to bring test beds ahead, to also have test beds for mobility startups, not only for startups, for any companies. That's of major importance. What we also found out, next to capital, talent, and infrastructure, local connectedness. We have a guy here from EMO, which is an agency within Berlin Partner, which tries to bring the Berlin mobility ecosystem more together, closer together, and also across boundaries. Mobility is not only mobility. We have IoT, we have AI, we have hardware labs like Motion Lab and the Drivery and other labs. So the local connectedness in Berlin is of major importance, especially also for small companies that try to find their first pilot installation. They need corporations. This is where we and where Berlin Partner tries to help. And an additional thing is global connectedness. We try to be in touch all together with all you guys worldwide, because we find out if a startup starts with a global ambition, it grows much faster. And we want startups to grow faster because there's more employment in Berlin then, and there's more economic growth in Berlin. So these are the 5 normal pillars you will always hear when I'm talking. But I think there's an additional pillar, and I normally say startups around here, they have to pitch for themselves, don't they? They need to find the persons to talk to, and they need the persons to sell their product to. But in mobility, as in smart city, smart country, GovTech, urban tech, the state might be the one to buy the infrastructure things, to buy the mobility devices. So maybe here's also a place we can help to open doors a little bit. And one door in Berlin, and a very important door, is the Berlin Mobility Service, BVG. I spoke to them very often, and I think some of the startups right here, they were in touch with BVG already. So we try to open doors to the Landesbetriebe, to the state-owned companies that go for mobility, and have some pilot projects together and have some first customers. So this is the main thing what I wanted to tell you what Berlin is doing. I think everybody is doing nearly the same. However, we are keen on learning, listening, and doing it better, especially on the thing like test beds. We have a thing called Experimentierklausel, where special tests can be done. So maybe we can learn how to do that even more. And the most important thing here is Berlin works for startups. However, what we learned, startups can work for Berlin. We need to enable them and foster their innovations to make them realizable in the city and also in the country around Berlin, which is Brandenburg, where we work together also. This is of major importance. So one more thing, what we do is we try to make visible which startups are around in Berlin. So we have a thing we call startup-map.berlin, and you will find all, nearly all, if our algorithm is right, a lot of startups also from the mobility sector, and you can type in their name and you will find the guys that can solve your problems and use startup as a problem-solving engine. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Norbert. We really appreciated the presentation, and I have a question for you. Before the question, I really would like to second what you said. Have a look at their website, because you never know. Innovation is out there, and it's there to solve your problems, but you have to look for it, and that's a great tool. Thank you. And what you said about everything that it's enabling startups, talent, funding, local and global connection. But what would you say is the main bottleneck for startups when it comes to establish their business idea before they get to all that?
Thanks for that question. I don't have an answer, even if I told you, you might ask that question. Sorry for that. I would love to listen to the answers from everybody. I think that there's no typical startup. There's very different startups and they have different pains. And I think in mobility, it could be like, I need some more talents to help me program. And it could be, I need some more money. It could be everything that I mentioned. But I think at this point of time, I found one focus could be finding a partner to pilot your idea. And this is what you are doing and everybody is doing, and everybody should help finding partners piloting an idea.
That's a wonderful answer, and this is why we're pushing here for Innovate. It's all about co-creation, it's all about cooperation, because you might have the best idea, but if you're not enabled, if you don't have the right partner, piloting, and connection, it's very hard to establish it. Thank you very much, Norbert. So after hearing from the public sector, we heard from Karima, we have heard from Norbert. Next up is startup, a very successful startup. We have here Menno Malta, is the CEO and founder of Monoj. I hope I pronounce it correctly. That's great. He's an entrepreneur since the 2000 and has founded multiple successful business. So his latest venture is Monoj, and it's decisive CITS data aggregator that enables safer, more sustainable, and more efficient road transportation. Please tell us more.
Thank you. So first of all, a question: who's actually representing a startup here in this crowd right now? Only one? Only one person actually active in a startup? Come on. Oh, two? Three?
We have a few. All there.
Okay, so who here is representing a city or a road authority? Okay, nice. Okay. Who are the other people, by the way, then? Okay, forget it. So, yeah, my name is Menno Malta. I'm from Monoj. I won't tell too much about the company. It's not why we're here, but let me share a bit. What we do, we connect the road infrastructure to the road user in real time. So we facilitate the exchange, non-stop exchange of data between all kinds of roadside equipment, such as traffic lights, matrix signs, sensors, access barriers, and we do it bi-directional. So we make the roadside smart and we help the road user. And we do that in an ecosystem, so we don't work alone. We started this 4 years ago. With my business partner myself. As said, it's not the first company I started. The goal of this company is really to work internationally on a large scale. So this is a platform solution and is now active in the Netherlands, in Belgium, in the Nordics and the UK. We still have a lot of work to do for the other continents. So we work on a number of road authority challenges. I think we can skip those slides actually, because I think I'm supposed to share a bit of experience about startup and public funding, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. So we have used public funding and are still using public funding during the past 4 years. First of all, in the first years, we have always focused on national public funding because in my experience, it's much easier to get to. You can talk to people easier. The paperwork that you need to send in for national funds is usually much easier. So we have been quite successful with with getting public funding in, and we've used it for two reasons. Main reason is, for me, it's non-dilutive funding. So if you have a startup, it looks really cool that everybody wants to invest in you, but it's not, because they take your shares, and the earlier you attract investors, the more shares you have to give away. So the trick of the game is to try to wait as long as possible with getting funding in. So that's why non-dilutive funding is very interesting. You can get money to your business without giving away part of the ownership. So we've done that a lot. And how did we do that? We always stick to our product roadmap. So I think there is a danger, and I've seen it happening, that you tend to get distracted by subsidies and start to do the things that are outside your product roadmap, and you're not making your scalable product, but you're creating some niche thing for one, in our case, one city or one authority that is interested in this. So we always said we have a roadmap, and we try to find subsidies that align with our roadmap, so that we use this funding to develop our product. And sometimes you have to be a bit creative for that. So you loosely translate this public funding, and you actually stick to your own roadmap, and it works well. And the second reason why we have used public funding is also to get started into new markets, because you can use it to finance proof of concepts. So I'm always in favor of asking money to the customer, because otherwise, if it's for free, then it's not a validation at all. So they should pay for it, but you can lower the costs with public funding for them. So then you contribute a bit to the proof of concept, the customer contributes a bit, and the subsidy also helps. And that will help you get started. And also there's not so much pressure on these projects, because everybody sees it as a proof of concept. So that has worked well for us too. Initially, we also looked at really the large European subsidy programs, being part of Horizon 2020. It took so much work to get in there, so we postponed that, and only now we are starting to do that. So now, these days, we also look at those really large funding projects, but with advisors and also with corporate partners. So to get to the really large subsidies, where you talk about tens of millions of euros, you need to have a good consortium, and it's a job on its own. So you also, in my advice, need a good advisor that does a lot of the work and knows how the game is played. So I think that's, in a nutshell, our experience so far.
Thank you very much. It was very, very interesting, and yeah, please. Thanks. You said a lot of interesting things. And I really would like to stress what you said. So your advice is to start with local fundings or local infrastructure, like in Berlin, for example, because to go to private funding or private investor industry too early, it means that you can be eaten up. So you have to establish yourself first. Was that what you
That's
meant?
definitely true. I mean, the more validation that you have, the more traction that you have, the better the valuation of your company, of course. So
yeah, definitely, and that's great. This is a very great value from public funding, because we do want a diverse SMEs outlook out there. We don't want only big players to be out there. We want to continue in the European tradition of healthy small businesses that hopefully will grow soon. Thank you very much. So after hearing from the startup, we will now move to the next section, which is companies and company and industry and associations that work with startups. So the first up will be Harm Weken. He's a managing partner at Fear Automotive, a business development company in the international automotive sector, with a focus on sustainable and electric mobility. Harm is also the co-founder of GoodMoves.com, the largest all-electric business-to-business car sharing program in the Netherlands. Wow. That's very interesting. The core of HARM's work is EU and national project initiation and business development in electric mobility for private company, public authorities and consortia. Please, Harm.
Yes, Camilla, thank you for doing my first slide. So this is nice.
Anticipation.
Yes. No, it's thank you. I think this says enough about the company, your introduction. So indeed, we do a lot in sustainable electric mobility on all fields, heavy duty, sharing of shared mobility, light duty, charging infrastructure for governments, for the EU. Some of you might know the European Alternative Fuels Observatory. We are responsible for this, for the European Commission, for example. We can skip this slide quickly, if I get something to do that.
You can have
Yes. Because I'm not here for my company today, but I'm here for a project called Solution Plus. It's a UN and EU-funded project, what is really focusing at the European technology, European institutes, companies, organizations helping the cities and startups in overseas countries, in developing, emerging regions. You can see the companies at the right side of the slide, like big ones on the charging infrastructure, like ABB, for example. But you see many names, so I won't go into that. Now you can see that there's also a project website. Left side of the slide is a little bit more. This is, I think, it's the focus of today. It's one of the products is the incubator center, the virtual one. So it's not a building; it's just a program. Where the industry network, the European industry network startups are matched with the city and needs, but also the company needs of local innovators in the countries. And there a complete program of services built upon. Here you can see some of the activities, some of the cities, some of the partners, and the pictures, I think, speak for themselves. So you see cities like in South America, you see cities like in Asia, Kathmandu, you see African cities. You see some vehicles, so very specific vehicles where we won't see here on the road, but which they are electrifying there. That's also interesting. And you see services and topics where the Solution Plus project with over 40 partners is working on. Like charging infrastructure, planning, rollout strategies, realization, e-bus conversion, a topic not interesting so much for Western Europe, but we see it's interesting for some of the emerging markets. Light electric vehicle electrification, two-wheelers, large taxi fleets of two-wheelers can be electrified, swappable batteries, amazing what those countries are doing, but also where we can help from European side with technology. City mobility the policy is important that we share information there. So all kind of things. I think most you can see there. But I already mentioned the matchmaking with EU companies, training, knowledge exchange, all kind of activities where the focus is at. Why is this of interest for the European Commission to fund these activities? Because you would say, let's keep the money in Europe and innovate there. But of course, that's not the case. First thing is the climate change mitigation is not something that we have to do only in Europe. Have to do that as a worldwide team. The whole world has to buy into this, and this helps if we share this knowledge. The second thing is it's obvious. It's also creating a market for European companies and products. Startups here, you're now small in Europe, probably focusing, but there is a market outside Europe. And there will probably be also companies going out there. Smart cities is definitely there also a topic. Promoting worldwide standards, important. What we see is, and I don't want to offend anybody, but we see that like in the Chinese product normally have their proprietary standards in technologies. So that if you buy a Chinese bus and a charge, you can never go around it anymore. You have to buy this in this same brand and type. This is what is, of course, not good for competition, for growth. And this is something where Europe has an advantage, making everything open, open competition, open markets, avoiding entry barriers by standardization. Yes, and avoiding slowing down progress. We made a lot of mistakes here with electric mobility. Also the Netherlands, you know that we are quite leading in Europe on charging infrastructure, but we made a lot of mistakes. Many countries did good things, made mistakes. Let's learn from that and don't reinvent the wheel. I think that's an important thing. What do we have to offer? Charging technology, on e-mobility, standards on it, world-class vehicle technology. You know all the big names of the automotive industry. They have excellent technology and we can export that worldwide. System approach, so not putting a car and electrifying that, but thinking about the whole system, about the mobility system in the urban area, and integrating it into smart planning. Yeah, happy to speak more in detail about that, but it will take hours. Interoperability, already mentioned that, and then the policies, legislation, regulation, where we also can help quite a bit. What is the do's and don'ts that we already figured out? And we are not a startup expert as a company, but in the project we have some do's and don'ts. Carmela, you can add to that. I think you have some more experience than we have. Select the companies with potential. That's open door, but you will see that's an issue because there are not so many startups, so there might be attention to finance companies in overseas market, in emerging markets that might not have so much potential. And what we wouldn't fund here, we should not fund there. Future marketing competition, that is also lots of in those countries they have entrance barriers, and those companies have their position based on the entrance barriers. These will vanish, so think about that in advance. What we saw is that funding from UN sources and European sources is not always so easy. And bureaucracy is a bummer, is a killer for the enthusiasm. So that's something where we have to learn as a continent to do better. But on the other hand, a little bit of money helps with all the services that we just mentioned. That's all, you know, it's same in the Netherlands. Companies start to run and they start to walk and use services and talk with you if you also add a little bit of money to it. Not so much, but a system approach is very important. So not funding a company, but the whole system. Does it fit into the city ambitions and planning? Does it match to other initiatives in the city? And then tailored solutions. What we see if we look at let's say some Kenyan or Tanzania as a country, if we look at this and we push our solutions to there, that won't work. I was really impressed to see, for example, that's what we wouldn't see in Western Europe. It's a hand card that you see on the left side picture. And we would say we don't need that, but there it's really used and it's very heavy. So when you electrify that, you solve a problem immediately, where we wouldn't think about here in the Western Europe. So a lot of those things we have to look at differently and act from their demands and not from our push side. I think that's it. Yes. So.
Thank you very much. Very interesting presentation. Please give him a round of applause. Thank you, Harm. So about Solutions Plus. It's a wonderful project, Google up. What do you think is currently, because the project is still running, we are, say, not even midway through, but so far, what is the bigger lesson you have learned in the virtual incubator? So what is its role and how can both startups in Europe and outside Europe can benefit from such a virtual place that put them in communication, in touch with each other?
I think the first, of course, Carmela, with the incubators you've just launched, so that's so learning effects are more broader. I think that the most important thing is that we see a lot of companies that are acting quite isolated when we look at the Asian, South America, Latin America, African side, where it really needs to be embedded. When you talk about a topic like the electromobility, it really needs to be embedded in the city policy, if it's related to city or the national policy. So it really needs to match. I think that is one thing. And the other thing is that there is so much technology out there. There's technology out there in Europe, also in other continents. There's a lot in China, Northern America. And I see so much reinventing the wheel. where the technology push is the basis. And it's the same in Europe, but here the gap is so big that I think, okay, should we really build a cargo bike? We are now here in Germany, and Germany has some very good, very successful cargo bike manufacturers. We shouldn't export those things because then we don't have local innovation and employment. So those companies should be flexible to work with them and assemble locally. But I think this is where the real where the gain is. Because if we stumble by making a product, by making something that we think is good, if it's in Europe or in Africa or whatever, but doesn't meet the market needs or there is better products out there, then we funded the wrong company.
Thank you very much. We will go back on that. And we now go to our next speaker. She's Kati Bulanowski, a project officer at the European Passengers Federation, and she participates in several EU research and innovation projects covering a wide range of mobility-related topics. In your work, Kati, you focus on end user and stakeholder engagement and making sure that the passenger perspective is taken on board when developing new mobility services. Please tell us more.
Hi, good morning, everyone. As Carmela said, my name is Katie Bulanowski, coming from the European Passengers Federation, and we are a non-profit organization located in Belgium, representing the passenger perspective. So some of our main objectives include inclusive mobility services, making sure that the end user is represented in all steps of their journey, whether that's rail, that's water, that's air, or it's land travel. So that's very briefly about us. Thank you. Now, having said that, you might be thinking, okay, you're a nonprofit organization, what the heck does that have to do with startups? But as Carmela also said, we're involved in a wide variety of EU-funded research projects. And I'll give you a taste of two projects that we are involved in, or we're involved in, having a focus on startups and acting as an incubator for startups. So the first project I'd like to briefly touch on is called High Reach. That is a project that actually ended last year in 2020, with a focus on inclusive mass mobility as a service solutions for people with transport poverty or mobility needs. And so there we had an entire work package actually dedicated towards startups. And so there we created a startup lab, which was an accelerator program, which offered mentoring services, financial support, and technical expertise to about 23 startups. And then we had a sort of boot camp and 3 different phases where after a few months, we ended up with 5 startups with really great solutions, really inclusive solutions, and they were actually able to present their solutions in a real-life demonstration with a number of stakeholders who could potentially help them later on in their journey. So that was a really nice initiative, and the startups are still working, so I think we did something right. So that's that one. And then another project that's ongoing is called Show. That is one about CCAM, so connected automated vehicles. And what we're doing there is we started with something we called an ideathon, where we were asking people about the challenges of deploying these automated connected vehicles and what is important to think about for that purpose. So once we had some challenges identified, then we now moved into the next phase, which we called the hackathon phase. We actually had a pre-hackathon yesterday at the ITS, and there we looked at the challenges, we looked at potential solutions to these challenges. So how can you make these vehicles more accessible? How can you deal with demand, having bigger or more often buses if needed, for example. And so the next phase in that process, which I'd like to tell you as a save the date, in November, the end of November, we have a hackathon where we're calling for students or also startups who want to come up with solutions to these challenges. And so it's a 3-day event in Brussels, but also online, so feel free to sign up. And there we're really looking at solutions that we can build in 3 days to these challenges. And at the end of this, you can win a spot at Erdico, one of our partners, at their startup program. And so that's a really nice advantage if you're a startup, because that'll help you connect with Erdico's huge list of contacts, and that'll really help you grow your business. So those are just 2 examples of how EU projects can really help a startup grow and gain traction.
Thank you very much, Kate. It's very, very interesting and very relatable from our side. So you mentioned with the previous project, you had living labs here in Erich. The project has ended, but you mentioned the startups are still in business, doing well. And also in show, you will try to involve startups and students, potential future startups maybe, to contribute to the innovation process. So what's, in your opinion, what's the role, what contribution can startup give to both mobility as a whole and to passengers?
So, of course, coming from the Passengers Federation, of course, my answer is going to be very passenger-centric. But, you know, we have these mobility solutions, and they come from, most of the time, they can drill down to 3 things. So you have market-based solutions, which are a bit more commercial. You have publicly funded solutions, like public transport, of course. And then you have community-based solutions, which are ride-sharing, carpooling, and things like that. And so what startups can really contribute is these out-of-the-box approaches, which really focus on the end users themselves and the gaps in our current solutions. So many times you see with our current mobility services, they're not always accessible, they're not always inclusive, maybe they're made for one type of user, not really thinking about the bigger picture. And so what I think is great about startups is that most of the time they're really focused on, again, filling in these gaps, really looking towards a purpose and,
Yeah, so if I understand it correctly, they have solution for actual problems. That's, you know, it's more of a bottom-up help that they're giving mobility as a whole. Thank you very much. Last but not least, our next speaker, his name is David Fidalgo. He's Y Mobility's founder and CEO. He is a seasoned business advisor, entrepreneur, and internationally recognized technology specialist. And Y Mobility is an incubator?
Well, we actually, what we're trying to do is we create one mobility between a group of friends that we were seeing that they have. We were seeing the mobility is quite complex, and then we were seeing that there's different layers in mobility that need to be actually understood. We were seeing a lot of startups that actually were trying to. We were starting in 2017, so we see a lot of startups starting to come in the mobility, and we see a lot of bit of guidance that need to be needed for the corporate and for the investing community to support the startups. So we're creating one mobility to provide a particular service to all these 3 target clients for us, and then basically we're providing as well that helping to communicate between each other, because I think communication in all this is quite important, right? And we always said that we are a little bit of a technology translators as well between different tribes of the mobility as well. So we engage in quite a lot with the startup community. As I said, we're working with different incubators in Europe as well, with some of the relationship with OEMs as well, supporting them in supporting startups as well. And then we actually have a range of companies that we're supporting on the mobility. So that's me. I don't want to. I mean, we've been talking for 1 hour, so I think it was good to actually start the debate.
Absolutely. Yeah, thank you very much. So, where is Y Mobility based, and where does it?
So basically, we base in the UK company, but however, we are working mainly on Europe and US. So we have teams in Europe, and you have teams in the US as well. So we are everywhere, basically.
That's very good to hear. And in your opinion, from your experience, you've been working with startups for a very long time, and you are now active in Web Mobility. You founded this new organization. What is, if you had to choose one word, one concept, the most important role of EU funding and public support to startups, what would that be?
So for me is that they need to have access to capital, but in different stages. Because a lot of the investment, I mean, I always said that a startup is like a plant that you need to, or like a kid that you need to provide different funding from he born that to he go to the university, and it's different stages of finance that you need to provide. So I think that's what I think will be the more important things, is how we actually manage to support financially with the journey that European startups need to go from the idea generation up to a Series A or B, right? Because I think that that's something that is important, and other countries have been done quite nicely as well. And I think it's something that we need as well in Europe to ensure that whatever we grow or seed in Europe is maintain the capital in Europe as well.
Okay, and what do you think it's currently missing? Where is the public funding in Europe lacking? What is the stage of startups that is more affected by lack of public funding?
I think it's a lot of good funding, right? I think it's a good funding. I think in the area of mobility, the needs, I think there's two, three main things that I think everybody mentioned here, right? The one of them is just access to cities that Berlin is doing quite greatly. In order to do pilots, but it's not only about pilots, it's what happened after the pilot, right? Because basically it's just, I have a pilot. I said, okay, so what happened after the pilot, and what is the journey that you're going to need to do after the pilot, and what level of funding you need to go after the pilot, right? So for me, I think is actually the support that they need, or the funding you need to come in helping those startups to go to different levels of funding, right? Helping them to get access to the cities, and then with a vision of, it's not a one-off, because you can go to a city and say, we're going to do one proof of concept, but basically that's it. Go with a vision of like, okay, this is a 3 years vision, and we need to go with them, to talk with them and realizing the benefits for the cities, and at the same time, the benefit for the startups and the funding is going to be applied for. So I think that's the two main things, basically, that in mobility particularly, that they need to have more support. And there's some funding on the EU, on the access to the cities. There's still need more capital funding in combination with private investors. I think that is the best way to do it, to get that particular steps forward.
That's a great thing you mentioned. So the cooperation between public and private, what we call smart capital. Because, of course, the public funding and the EU institution, the member states, the region and cities, they play a big role in funding, in connecting startups with relevant opportunities, but we also need private money. So who wants to take this one? How do we promote this? In the sense, how can we foster this cooperation? Is this through projects like we do, for example, in Solution Plus? Because in funded project, you have in the industry, you have the public authorities, or is more about reaching out to industries and to well-established business to foster cooperation? Who needs to act first?
I have an idea. I think the way to do it is through local governments, right? It's the ones who need to push the ecosystems. I think you need to have, the European government need to provide that facilitation of the investment for the European Investment Bank, right? But I think with a certain KPIs and conditions, but I think the best thing is for the local regions as well to creating these collaborations between private and public funding, right? As well as projects as well. But I think that particular KPIs and the financing of that KPIs that provide that allowed the regions to attract private investors to actually supporting startups in some of the areas. That's my 5 cents.
Okay, so then we go to Norbert in this case, because I think you're the one called out.
Even if I'm not sure whether it's all about investment, as you always were talking about pilots and what happens after the pilot, what I think is be of major importance. Yes, I think the co-investment between private and public is important, but what I what I also see is the one who sees the most benefits should be investing. So if the state or the community sees the most benefits, they should be the one because they can profit from this benefits. So that makes it pretty easy. That's the investor's state of mind. I can benefit. If it's only money thing, I will make $1 billion thing, then I will invest. So however, they need to trust those small startups. This is something you all work on, I think. And the startups need to provide solutions for challenges. This is one thing. The next step, I'm really interested in finding this fit challenges and startup innovation, because that's not always easy to find. Because the startups, they don't come bottom up, and they sometimes have a technological tool. They have an idea of using the tool. Maybe it fits in mobility, maybe it fits in something very different. So we need to find this challenge innovation fit. Anybody? So I'm also interested in the challenges that you will work on in the hackathon, because you need to define the challenges for startups and the public becoming aware what we should be working on.
I think, and this is true for both public authorities and businesses. Thank you very much. Yes, Harm.
Camilla, I don't think there's a holy grail. I don't think there is one route. I was thinking about your presentation where you say, yeah, we started with public funding, national level or local level, much easier. Otherwise, I have to give away shares if I do with finance, with investments from companies, and not EU funding is too difficult. And I thought about my history, and I thought, yeah, I recognize that. But I also recognize that if you pick programs like Interreg, for example, with local authorities, where you define the target together, then you can go, even as a startup, can go a long way without quite a big, high level of success. So that could be for one startup a very good option. For others, what I know from my own experience is that we found investors that said, okay, you have to do your business and you don't need to dilute further. We just finance you. So that's another way. So, but I agree with you that there are a lot of American-style investors where you have nothing left in the end. So that is certainly the case. So it is a bit, but also, of course, if you look at programs like the Fast Track to Innovation, it's a nightmare. The chances of success are so small that you do this once or maybe twice, and then you say, this cost me €100,000 to develop all in all, and I have nothing from it, because the chances of success are too small. Horizon, if you step as a startup in such a program, then know that you are in there only to do your thing, but not to do too much. We saw so many small companies, then they go fully into it, and they have a lot of overhead in these programs, because they think they should do that, but then there's not so much left anymore for doing their innovation. So it is, I think it asks experience. And then you are a startup, and you are new in this land, and you need this experience to decide, and that's so difficult. So I think there's no holy grail. There are different routes. City, local is extremely important as a starting area where you can pilot. But I wouldn't rule out EU funding, just how you do it.
So something that I like to add, I think it's perfectly fine that many startups don't survive, and that's the nature of the game. I see so many incubator programs, starter programs, that sometimes I'm wondering if that's a good thing, or are those systems, these ecosystems, keeping startups alive that are doomed to be a failure? And is that then a good thing? I don't think it's not. It's better to fail really quickly than to fail, to take a long time to fail. So maybe not be the popular message for this forum, but I think there's only so much you can do or that you should do for a startup. I mean, in the end, it's for a company to find its way into the market, and there's lots of knowledge on how you do that and what. So there's only so much you can do. You can help them connect, and you can help them get access to funding. But honestly, there's so many investors. It's not difficult to get into touch with investors. It's very easy. In fact, it's almost the opposite. You can spend your entire week talking to investors. So I think as incubators and also as cities, it's good that there is, a community, but then it's up to the market. That's what I think. And for the subsidy programs, it's good to have these different levels of national and EU funding. It makes sense that some are really much more difficult because they have bigger budgets. So I think that's fine. It would be good if that would be a bit more easier. It would be easier to get an overview as a startup. So where, there's so much, it's kind of hard to find your way in the beginning. That's it.
Indeed, it is a bit of a maze to, orient yourself amongst very different initiatives. You have local, small local project or local incubator, then you have national levels, then you have European levels. But I'm interested in what you said about many startups who die out, and that's okay, which I agree to that. But the fact is that innovation needs that, because, that's my idea at least, because it's very hard to innovate, and you need a lot of ingredients to make an innovation successful. So you need to have the right idea, the right investment, the right people to relate to, and of course, for one startup that becomes successful, maybe 20 don't. But the one successful story, it's worth the 20 failure, because it gives back to society and to the market more than the 20 failures. What do you think?
Well, I agree, but the question is, are you making a difference with the incubator there? Or would that single startup would have survived anyway? So I think that's a bit of the question, and the answer is in the middle. Of course, you help with the ecosystems that are in place, and yes, you help with the subsidies also. But the question is, how much do you help, or would how much do you change the success ratios? And as I said, there is funding is plenty available. It's a matter of course, how much do you want to do it and everything, and that is really important for startups. But it is there. There's so much money looking for rendement, for result. So, and I think the thing that makes the difference, like being innovative, it's the team that has to do that. And but what does help is support also. So that's something that I didn't mention before, but I think that's a valuable thing that incubators can provide. It's like the pat on the shoulder, because you feel more than you, in the beginning especially, you may be disappointed a lot. And then it's good to have a community, and you can cry on each other's shoulder, and then you go out
and then
again.
You go again,
you go for the
stronger
next.
than before.
Yeah, so, and that's also important.
Yeah, Norbert, you wanted to add on this?
No, Menno just said it at the end. I think even if you said it's the capital that's of major importance, maybe it's the expertise and the mentorship and the training. To be honest, if a nearly grown-up startup comes to me, I cannot help. They are in their business and they know what they have to do and they know whom to ask. But if a small pre-seed startup. If people that have a crazy idea come to me, I can help and help the first steps in contact him. So at the very beginning of this growing process, I think the helping is of major importance, and a lot of mistakes can be left out due to people like us, people like you that can say, don't do that, just rethink once and again. For the grown-ups, it's different.
Yeah, I just want to actually make as well as the point is because basically it's just, I think to add into that is what type of a startup, right? Because it's good you said it's a lot of investor in your software data, but if you actually go to a capex-based business, it's a completely different thing in mobility, right? So basically, it's depend as well of where your startup is going. You need some level of support. I always say I work quite a lot with software companies, and yes, there are, but basically, you need to combine software with capex investing to actually bring something into the mobility space is a little bit more complex, right? So I think as well is just that particular mentoring and guidance, as you mentioned, but as well understanding as well the different models and the different go-to-markets that some of the startups in mobility need to do. Some of them, they require more care financially than, for example, other areas.
Yeah, thank you. And so we have seen that, well, startups have many challenges, and maybe we want to hear from you, Kati. We have startups, they have many challenges. Which are, in your opinion, the biggest they have, and how, in your opinion and experience, and how can they overcome them?
So I think we touched on a few already. The financial part, of course, the technical part, of course, I won't get into that. But from my perspective, it's also creating that customer base, creating that value. And sometimes it can be difficult to find users who want to use your product, who are actually interested in it. And for that, I would say a great thing to do, of course, is to involve them from the start. You know, you want to make sure that your idea has value for people. And taking that one step further would mean also talking to multiple types of user groups, seeing if your product or your service can fit multiple needs at the same time. And then by doing that, you can really open up and have a larger customer base.
That's very interesting. So fostering co-creation and involving the end user of the startup's product also in the process, not just go at the end when everything is done and then that's my ready-made solution. I think that's also very true for every business, but for startups specifically, yeah. Thank you. And my last question to all of you, so I want to hear from all of you. We are talking today, we are concentrating on innovate. And to do so, of course, we know all startups are innovating on their own already. They have their idea, they have their innovation. But how can we, as an organization, cities, companies, can help through co-creation and cooperation also in projects? Because we have seen your experience, our Solution Plus experience. From my side, it's very successful. But what would be your recipe for the best cooperation and the best support for startup through shared activity, also funded projects, for example? That's a tough one, isn't it? Thank you, David, first.
I'm going to give you an answer. I actually, as a chef, basically you need to keep doing your recipe to improve it. So I think it's not a definite answer for the one. It's just, I think it's as you mentioned as well, is a difficult one to solve, right? I think we're doing, from my point of view, I think the EU and some of the local authorities as well, they're doing the right things and they're going in the right direction, right? I think it's a matter of time as well to get the recipe well, right? So basically, I think it's some of the points that were mentioned here as well is we need to keep doing more projects to actually learning and collaborating each other. like you were doing. We need to actually have more cities taking the example, for example, some of the things that they're doing in Berlin as well, but that particular knowledge sharing across Europe is actually could go to the different cities, because I think they've been doing great things in some of the cities. Share that knowledge to understanding how we can gonna do better, understanding much better the consumers, right? And go to some of these organizations, non-profit, that representing the end consumer, to understanding which is the worries, which is the pains, which services they need to provide into them, and providing as well guidance and assurance that some of the mobility solutions they're going to put is safe for them, right? And then there's need to be more startups that actually understanding the challenge that we're going to see for the next 10 years, and then trying to get into the market. So I think that is not a final recipe. That is, I think, is the factors that we need to keep motivating into the ecosystem to have a success in the near future. And I think as well it helps that private and public investors working together for all these things to happen, right? That's my 5 cents.
Yeah, but that's a very good point. But I want to hear from you, Menno, because you're a startup. So how, in your experience, cooperation, support to your innovation could have been from projects, from activity, living labs, or pilots? What is missing there? How can we help you? I'm asking difficult questions.
This is not an easy question. I can only answer it for our company then. And that would be a very specific answer for the market that we're active in, where we also work a lot with authorities. So I'm not sure that's an interesting answer. I'm not sure I have an answer to this. For me, it feels like there's already a lot in place, and we're all doing pretty well with startups compared to the past. For instance, when 20 years ago, when I started my first business, we were just like a young company. And now we would have been a startup. And the big difference with back then is then we would go to the bank and then just ask for a loan and we would get it. And that's not possible anymore. So I think that first phase of capital is a more challenging these days. And again, I think going to a VC, or if they are even interested in that phase, is you have the risk of losing a big of a share of your, you become an employee of your own business, of your own startup. So I think that there's still a challenge there, risk investment, which is non-dilutive at the start. And then at the start of a business, you can forget about the story, don't ask for Excel sheets and prognosis, it's fantasy anyway. So I would say it's just about the team at the beginning. When I started 20 years ago, I went to the bank, and my friend also, we asked for 75,000 guilders back then, still I think, or maybe euros, and we got it. And okay, we had to say that we had to sell our house if we messed it up. But no plans, no stories, and then we started. At the beginning, it's a journey. You have to find the product, the market fit. So if you have a good team, they are creative and they will find their way. I think that's the biggest challenge for young people, because you have to produce all these plans, and the 1 month later it's already different. I don't know if that's an answer, but that's the best I have.
Thank you very much. So, Harm.
All those plans also for the development authorities who do, in the end, ask you a year of your time and they don't do nothing with it. But there's a Dutch saying that says, you can bring the calf to the cow, but you cannot make it drink. So when you talk about projects, the approach is often projects to bring demand and supply together, to bring a big company with a small company. And then the approach is, okay, now we have brought them in contact and now it's done. And we have done that also a lot. For the Dutch government, we did a lot of innovation missions, trade missions, and only a few brilliance came out of it. So the success factors, too few, I would say, because in the end, companies go there, they see nice fits, they talk to others, but they had to go back to their daily business, and they They forget about it. And I think that the project side is, if it's a city, when you say, okay, we have a problem here, like Amsterdam. Why do we have such strong companies in charging infrastructure? Amsterdam. They had a dream, and they took the entrepreneurs by the hand, who also had a dream, but they had the dream together. And that's also the approach we have built up over the years as a company. We see it as our goal to make this cooperation, this big company, the small company, the investor with the startup or whatever, it is also becoming our dream at that point in time in the project. So you cannot say, yeah, we bring them together and then they will have to do it themselves, because that's not going to work. So if you really think there's a challenge for a country or a city or whatever, to step into it and to be the entrepreneur yourself also, not financially, but really be at the same side and push together. So that's the role for projects, I think.
Yeah.
But it won't always work, but I think just bringing them together in many startup programs is not enough.
Yeah, thank you very much. So we have touched upon a few topics, from the importance of public funding in different stages of startups, and how each different stage can benefit from different forms of funding and different way of funding from different of public authorities. And we have touched upon how important it is to have support from local authorities like cities, and how important it is to have guidance at the beginning of a startup journey. And we also have talked about co-creation and cooperation, and how startups innovation needs contacts, needs test beds, needs co-creation, they need sandboxes, they need living labs to improve their innovation and to make a bit of a reality check, because you can have the best innovation in your mind, then the reality is not there. And what is real in one city might not be real in another country or in another region of the world. So from all this lovely discussion we had today, if you had to sum up an advice in one sentence or little more to startups, what would you advise them to improve their innovation and to go forward from them? Thank you, Kat.
Very briefly and quite general, collaboration. I think not having a silo approach, collaborating with your stakeholders, finding the relevant stakeholders, but then of course, as we discussed before, looking at the users, finding value in what they need, that can only benefit you in finding solutions that are meeting real challenges.
Yeah, thank you very much. And David?
I think it's similar, because having a holistic view, right? So making sure that market needs to accept the idea, but the market is different depending on where you are, right? So the European market for me is different in the north and in the south. So you need to also have this holistic view, managing the stakeholders as well, as you said, as well, creating collaboration as well, but understanding how you can get to the market, which is the best route to the market, to make sure that the market validates you, right? But with the thinking that something that it works in the south of Europe, maybe doesn't work in the north of Europe.
Indeed, thank you very much. Thank you, Menno.
The one message I think I give to new entrepreneurs is, when you start your business, think very well about what do you want to accomplish, what do you want to get out of this. Do you want to become rich, or is there some purpose that you want to, something that you want to get to? Because sometimes small is also great. A good book, small companies can be great, and that's okay too. So I think have a clear goal for your own. What do you want to accomplish? And then shape your plans from there. And don't get distracted from things around you too much.
I think this is a great piece of advice. Thank you very much. Maybe Norbert?
No, I think you're absolutely right. What I would love to mention is also, if it comes on making innovation more going through the whole society, you always have to look at success stories. I think the success stories and role models help, They help in Berlin, they help everywhere to make everybody aware, yes, we can do it, we can work for a purposeful, for a better, for a sustainable future, and working together, that makes a whole lot of sense. And don't wait for somebody to do it, but do it yourself.
Thank you. And Harm.
Yeah, a bit of open doors. So keep your focus. Already was mentioned flexible. Look for partnerships, funding opportunities, but do it from your focus. At the same time, don't isolate. A little bit to the left and the right is fine. You will find your way in the end. And indeed, funding is not always the holy grail. Also, it's being small is also good. And take your time, so don't let you be pushed into some speed and things that you're not ready for.
Yeah. So thank you very much all. I think you gave very good piece of advice. And from my side, what I want to tell to startups is reach out. Because, of course, you know yourself, you know your product. We, on the other side, we don't. So reach out, get invested in your local community, in your local, in the city, in the region. See what's around, but don't get scared of also reaching out to the European level. So the Startup Prize for Mobility is a great possibility you have, is a great occasion you have. So have a look at it, apply, and if you apply 1 year and you're not successful, don't be shy, reapply the next, because you will learn from what you do. So if this year your presentation is not top notch, if your innovation is a bit not very well described, next year it will be better. So do not lose hope, keep your focus, and apply, reach out, because we're here to help, and we are happy to have a community and to help you grow your innovation and grow your company. So it's also up to you. Reach out, and we're very happy to see so many startups here at the ITS World Congress in Hamburg. So any last word from my distinguished speakers? Then a bit earlier than was planned. Thank you very much for being here, and see you around this afternoon for the pitches from the startup we host here. Thank you very much, and have a great day.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to the startup area. I might wait a second for that lady. All right, thank you very much is the first thing I want to say as well. Thank you very much for finding us here and for actually showing all your interest and maybe even providing some questions for our innovators and founders from diverse perspectives of mobility. For the next hour and a half, you will have diverse pitches from very diverse areas of mobility pitching from actually more than 18 countries. Not all of them will be here in the next hour and a half, but we will have a few more pitching sessions. Before we do that, I also want to say hello to everybody on our live stream over there around the world. We're very happy that you're live here with us as well. And once I say pitching and I say innovators wanting to introduce their ideas, we also, of course, need a kind of evaluation in order to find out who should be the winner on Thursday. And that's not me, and unfortunately, that's also not you for today who is voting. But we do have three very interesting people who want to judge, who want to listen very carefully, and who do have a lot of experience in mobility and in logistics and infrastructure. So you three, maybe you introduce yourselves and say a little bit about why you're here and what you're actually looking for.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Aline. So my name is Simon Herzog. I'm from Unternehmertum, the Center for Entrepreneurship and Innovation in Munich. And together with our colleagues from Digital Hub Logistics in Hamburg, we were the curators of this startup area here. So we made the selection of the 42 teams here. Yeah, my background is engineering, and I'm really curious on the inventions we will be presented today. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Too many microphones. Wow, never happened before.
Okay, good afternoon. So I'm Stefan Dreher. I'm working at Ertico, ITS Europe, so one of the organizers of this conference. I'm working on connectivity, automation, and blockchain. So I'm very interested indeed in all the innovative technologies that we can bring to transport and mobility to improve it for everybody. And yeah, so looking forward to this presentation.
Thank you, Stefan.
Yes, my name is Shambu Nakpal. My background is logistics, innovation, entrepreneurship. Currently, I'm working at Funke Logistics in the sector of last mile solutions. So I'm looking forward to listen to a lot of nice startups today.
Nice startups. Let's see about that. Before we see the first pitch, I actually have someone coming up giving a few hints how they actually started from being a startup to actually becoming a real company, so to say now. So let's give it up and say hello to Alex from Graphmasters.
Yes, hello. Thank you very much. My name is Alexander Meister. I'm with Graphmasters now in my 5th year, I think. Actually, growing up means pitching, doing a lot of pitches, winning pitches. Unfortunately, or luckily, we won one of the biggest contests, the Microsoft Imagine Cup, back in 2013, with an idea. And the idea was all about how can we make traffic holistically better. So we can actually distribute traffic in any given infrastructure with an unlimited number of vehicles. And today, luckily, we are here and we want to give back to the community that the details matter. Details matter, and the beliefs that you have in your idea. You need to get the details straight, and you need to continue to believe in your vision. If you don't have the vision, if you run around and do projects instead of following the mission or the vision, then you will be lost. So take that piece of advice, continue to follow your mission, and one day, hopefully, you will be the sponsor of the startup area here in Hamburg. Thank you very much, and good pitching.
Thanks, Alex. He will actually contribute such a know-how piece, or let's see if it is, for the next few pitches as well, so let's look forward to that. So one last information from my side before Esti from Spain is actually starting here. I just want to make sure that you all know what the jury is looking for. So when are they actually voting for a startup to be really interesting and should actually be a winner? Well, we talked to those guys before, and first of all, and most importantly, they are looking for the relevance. Are they actually addressing a topic where there's a real pain, where there is a real big market, or are they just following any idea they might have had? The second one is capabilities. Are they the right team? Do they have the right resources or know-how or maybe network to actually make this idea or vision possible? And of course, we're always looking for a wow effect. Is this a really new thing? Is it just new to them or new to the industry? Or, let's be brave, maybe even new to the world. And there is a bonus. I don't know what those three guys understand as a bonus, but we might hear about it later on. All right, that's it. And now Esti is already waiting over there, and I want to introduce you. Come up and tell us all about Asimov. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Well, every year we have over 23,000 people killed in the roads only in Europe. Now, there are many factors when there are a car crash, but one of the factors that affects about 30% of the accidents is the road infrastructure, the elements of the roads. And within the infrastructure, improving road signage has proven to be the most cost-effective way to reduce the number of accidents in our roads, between 24 and up to 87%. Now, to make sure that road infrastructure traffic signage is okay, public authorities need to do inspections, but detailed, thorough inspections are slow and labor-intensive. They are dangerous, and they are normally done fully manual processes, especially out of the main highway. So these inspections are done every several years, if ever. Now, there is a real need of improvement in our roads. Oops, sorry. To do better inspections, we need to make them more frequent inspections in our road. And for that, we need a flexible process that is easy to do and affordable, and that provides traceable results. So we need to make the most of new technologies and automation. Now, Asimov has developed such a solution. We install small, lightweight IoT devices, commercial devices, on board the maintenance teams, the vehicles of the maintenance team, that will automatically gather video and data of the roads without disturbing the driver and send them to the cloud. There, we analyze this data, this video, to extract the relevant elements, and we make them available to the road maintenance team through an easy-to-understand and very useful interface. Now, with this system, we can perform automated traffic sign inventories. We can support the teams in the regular monitoring of these inventories. We enable remote monitoring of signage in roadways areas, or we can detect, evaluate, and classify irregularities in the road surface. Now, road maintenance is a B2G business, and maintenance teams can have our services as a SaaS subscription, and they can dramatically increase the effectiveness of their work while reducing the number of accidents. And the system is affordable enough to be deployed in any type of road, including the secondary road networks, which are the most deadly ones. This is the team. We are senior technical profiles with experience in different areas of the business, ITS, technical service, software development. We've been awarded several prizes and recognitions. Last one came last week from the International Road Federation, by the way. And we have experience with public authorities and maintenance companies. So we are Asimov, and we keep roads safe. Thank you.
So thanks a lot for the great speech. So did I get it right that an onboard unit is necessary for taking images? So if yes, my second question is, isn't it possible, since more and more cars are equipped with cameras, that you go directly to these camera images so that every Tesla, every Volkswagen, and so on is able to deliver data for your system?
Okay, we want to be able to deploy things really, really easy, and we find that negotiating this kind of of things with automotive sector is slow and it's quite hard. So we are using commercial devices that we can buy and we can deploy as easy as there. So and it's very cheap as well. So for the moment, we are using our own images. Although we have worked with images gathered by third parties, we can work with them as well. And we will be ready to work with those images as soon as they are available.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you as well from my side for the presentation. So a quick question. So I did not understand, is it your own vehicles or you are working with public authorities or with operators to get these? So how many partnerships do you have then in order to collect the data?
Roads are in charge of a maintenance team. So we work together with the maintenance teams and we normally use their vehicles. Although now we are preparing in a proposal in a city, and we're going to use the police cars because it's automated. They don't need to do extra work. They just press one button and then go, and everything is automatic. So we can work with any fleet vehicle.
We're almost out of time, but a short question. So let's say you have someone who using your SaaS license. The data you gathered, will it be available for everybody or just the people who are paying your services?
We work for maintenance people, and we have our AI models specific for what they care for. Now, some of that data would be very, very useful if authorities, road authorities, make it public for navigation services and so on, so that they make sure that navigation services follow their authorities' rules.
Perfect.
It would be, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, SD. Hands up again for her. That's it. All right, we stay with the roads. Our next startup is coming from Canada, and it is Blue City Technologies with Assad. He's trying to make traffic more efficient, as I heard. Let's hear more about it. Assad, hello.
Hello. Hello, everyone. My name is Assad Lassani. I'm CEO and co-founder of Blue City Technology. Blue City is a software company based in Canada. We built a multimodal traffic monitoring system using LiDAR technology. So, as you probably know, there are three main types of technologies used widely in traffic when it comes to monitoring and data collection. Inductive loop detectors and radar-based solutions, mainly for traffic operation use cases that we need to have reliable data under different weather and lighting conditions. But the challenge with those technologies are mainly providing data about cars and not other type of road users, such as pedestrians and cyclists. So that's why we started deploying camera-based solutions for applications that we need multimodal coverage, but cameras comes with the lack of reliability under harsh environment, snow, rain, low lighting conditions. And the other issue is that there's always concern with camera-based technologies. So that's where Blue City comes in with a turnkey solution using LiDAR technology. The core of our solution is an AI-powered perception software that sits on top of any LiDAR and basically converts raw LiDAR data into real-time object detection, classification, and tracking. And this is where we pass this information using our APIs to different layers of applications for traffic operation, safety improvement, and planning use cases. And the reason that we're seeing this technology as the next generation of traffic monitoring technologies because it basically addresses the challenges of existing technologies. It works in different weather and lighting conditions. We have been proving this with different pilot projects in different environments and the lighting environments as well. At the same time, it provides detailed information about how people are moving and classifying the road users. That's why we are basically using this as a replacement for camera-based solutions at the same time. There is no privacy issue with LiDAR-based solutions, as well as it's really easy to install. Typically, we need one single sensor at the corner of the intersection to monitor the entire intersection, which dramatically reduces the cost of the installation and maintenance for municipalities. So there are two components with our system. The first one is a standalone solution that sits just at the corner of the intersection. We connect it to the traffic controller. We provide real-time traffic data for actuation. At the same time, we're transferring all this information to our SaaS platform, which we convert this information into ready-to-use insights on safety improvement as a surrogate safety analysis, as well as how the traffic operation works at the intersection in real time. So over the past 12 months, we have been deploying our technology in more than 15 municipalities in North America, Europe, and China as well. And this is a growing project, pilot project. Some of those pilot projects already has been converted to larger scale deployment. As an example, we deployed 15 intersections with New York Jersey DOT, and we recently got a big project with City of Irvine in California it's funded by Department of Energy in the US. And we're looking to expand in Europe, and if you are also interested about our future round of investment as well, so please come and visit us at our booth. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot for your speech. So maybe could you explain again a little bit more in detail why you go to LiDAR and not to camera technology? So because it's quite costly to equip every intersection with $20,000 with a LiDAR system.
Yeah, first of all, for traffic operation use cases, we need a sensing technology, mainly inductive loops or radar. If you compare this pricing, it's very similar and it's even cheaper. If you compare with loops or inductive or radars, you need one per each approach. With ours, it's one single sensor. And then when you compare the price of the existing technologies, like radar-based solution, it costs 30 to 35K. So we want to target initially that market as a replacement of those technologies after the lifespan, which makes sense to invest in the capital cost of the hardware components. But the reason that we're not using LiDAR camera is because for traffic operation, it's really essential to have a system that works under snow, rain, sunlight, low lighting condition. This is one aspect. And there's the other one is this concern with GDPR and privacy issues. Putting more cameras, it's always the challenge for privacy as well. So these are two main reasons to use LiDAR.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you mentioned connected cars as well. So do you have the plan to expand the solution with also connected car data?
Yeah, so we are already engaged in a couple of projects related to V2X application. One of our projects in Helsinki in Finland, which is basically the reason that we could detect the object reliably, especially pedestrian. We're working with a couple of partners that we're sharing this information with connected vehicles. So if they are approaching the intersection, they have a better understanding of what's going on at the intersection. Besides V2X, there are some 5G activities that we're doing in Canada with Rogers, which is one of the biggest telco in Canada.
Oh, thanks a lot.
Thank you, Asad. Thank you, Joey. I'm very curious about the bonus points here they are discussing already. While they're discussing, I'm going to introduce our next startup, actually coming from Germany. Let's say hello to Tui from Dash Factory.
So, hello everyone, I'm Tui from Dash Factory GmbH. And our aim is to digitalize and also improve the cycling infrastructure. Dash Factory is divided into two sectors, the dash bike and the dash track. So you can see clearly the problem we have here, too close overtaking. And this is when the dash bike comes into play. Dash bike is the first dash cam for cyclists that is privacy compliant. You can easily install the dash bike under the bike saddle, and the dash bike can measure the overtaking distance. And when the overtaking distance falls under 1.5 meter, dash bike, the video sequence will be saved in the dash bike. Our dash bike has various functions. For example, GPS, distance measurement, a HD camera, creep mount system, and also day and night light. Dash bike can be easily connected to your smartphone app via Wi-Fi or Bluetooth, and the recorded data by dash bike could be transported to the smartphone app. And then the cyclist can generate PDF file as evidential metadata to use for legal purposes. So the dash track, what can we do with dash track? Cyclists can improve the cycling infrastructure sustainably with dash track. As you know, dash bike collect data from cyclists, and the collected data will be imported to the Dash Factory cloud, and there the data will be analyzed anonymously. From there, heat maps and dashboards will be generated, and the heat maps and dashboards could be then implemented in the urban data platform of individual city. Therefore, bike lanes can be improved through cycling engineering construction. Here you can see the market volume of dash bike. Dashcam is one of the fastest growing product in the electronic consumption. And we can see here the market volume of dash rack. By 2022, we will achieve 8.2 million in revenue. And we are a team of currently 13 people. We have independently developed a market-ready product called Dash Bike, and also a corresponding app for iOS and also Android. We have also developed an urban data platform called Dash Cloud. So we want you. We are looking for a co-investor for 2 million euros for personal growing and also to scaling internationally. We want to develop a low-cost version and also a front version of Dash Bike, and also develop the urban data platform, the Dash Cloud. Here you can see our team, and many thanks for your listening.
So thanks a lot. So my first question is, so it is obviously beneficial for a municipality to see the quality of the cycling paths on the one hand, and on the other hand, if a crash appears, one can detect who was affected. Yeah, but from this point of view, who has to pay for your solution? The municipality or the cyclist, or who is it?
So there are two groups who will pay for our solution. First is the individuals, the cyclists who purchase the dash bike. It's a one-time purchase. They purchase the dash bike, and the app is corresponding with the dash bike. They will get the app. And secondly, the second group is the cities or the governments. So it's B2G and B2B. They will buy the data, the raw data or the analyzed data, so that they can improve the cycling infrastructure, the bike lanes, according to our solutions, according to our recommendations.
Thank you.
How many dash cams have you sold in Germany? I forgot the number.
So we're currently in the production phase. We did a crowdfunding campaign, and we have 1,100 pre-orders. So till December, we will receive the first 1,000 dash bikes, so that we can deliver the dash bikes to customer. And we plan to produce 20,000 dash bikes yearly.
Okay, but right now, nowhere in the world anybody's using your product.
Because our product is the first privacy compliant dash cam. So any other product before is not privacy compliant. We had it checked and we had it approved. And secondly, our dash bike can record and also save the evidential metadata, so that you can use it in court or you can use it for legal purposes.
Perfect, thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Applause, please, for Tui.
Thank you, Tui. All right, we're going back over the Atlantic, and we have another team from the US. From San Francisco, we have Grid Matrix here with Madison and Nick, and we're gonna find out what AI actually has to do with traffic. Come on up. Woo. Yeah. Clap your hands together.
All right, hi everyone. My name is Nick DeAndre, and I'm the CEO and one of the co-founders of Grid Matrix. It's super exciting to be here at the ITS World Congress in Hamburg. I'm here to tell you what we're building, so let's get started. So we're here to tackle traffic congestion, but really it's so much more than that. It's the 40% of accidents that happen at intersections, and also the associated emissions from idling. We see three primary causes for this problem: city growth and infrastructure that just can't keep up, legacy systems of single-use hardware, and walled gardens and data silos that prevent cities from maximizing the power of their data. Our software-only solution connects to any infrastructure that a city already has. If you have cameras, if you have loops, if you have radar, we'll work with that data, we'll stream it in real time, and we'll turn it into insights that you can use, visualize, adaptively time your signal lights, and also predict traffic and accidents before they happen. Here's a short video to explain how it works.
No matter where you look, cities are looking to reduce vehicle congestion, make their streets safer for pedestrians and cyclists, and be greener. What they might find surprising is that these solutions are already in reach. The answer isn't making new and expensive investments in more hardware, but unlocking new possibilities from the infrastructure they've already built. Cities around the world already monitor their road networks for congestion and safety with cameras, loops, and more. But what if their infrastructure could do more than they thought possible? Cities can unlock the full potential of their infrastructure and understand what's happening on their streets right now. Grid Matrix's software uses advanced analytics for road user detection and trajectory tracking to deliver real-time insights. From predicting traffic congestion and accidents before they happen to adaptively timing signal lights to changing road conditions, Grid Matrix's platform immediately transforms any city's streets into more efficient, safer, and cleaner networks for vehicles and pedestrians.
So we've engaged more than 15 cities across the United States with a combined population of more than 14 million people. Our approach to R&D has been endorsed by states, cities, and multiple private traffic engineering firms across the United States. So here to tell you more about our company and our team is our Chief of Staff.
Hi, I'm Madison Harris, and I'm the Chief of Staff at Grid Matrix. We were founded this past January when our team spun out of Apple to become a long-term partner for cities to help solve their transportation objectives through a software-only approach. This is our team. We are 9 tech professionals with over 100 years of experience and 22 patents across America's leading technology companies and government agencies, from Apple, Amazon, Google, and NASA. We've built and shipped products that billions of people use every day, and we are going to do that again and build the next generation of mobility technology. Thank you, and we'll open up for questions.
So thanks a lot for your speech. Maybe in one sentence, what is the difference to your most important competitor?
Less than 1 second in latency, 200 milliseconds. So we have real-time data. You can see 24/7, 365, exactly what's happening right now.
Okay, yep. Thanks a lot. Do we have questions from the audience?
No questions, guys? Nothing?
And from my jury colleagues? Oh, yeah.
Maybe in the front, front.
So you focus on intersections, is that correctly?
Yes.
Okay, and then expanding to the rest of the city infrastructure?
Yes.
Okay, and your focus is on safety or on traffic optimization?
So it really depends by the city and by the intersection. We found that in the core of the downtown, most cities are worried about congestion, but as you get towards the periphery of the city and there are interaction zones between densely populated urban areas and suburban areas, they're more focused on safety. So it really depends on the location within a city and also city to city.
Okay, and your pricing and business model, how you make money?
We're a SaaS company and we do a subscription service by intersection.
How much?
Approximately $5,000 for the first tier, and then it scales from there depending on what exactly you're looking for beyond just visualization. Sure.
Okay, that's it. Oh no, we have one more question. Hang on.
Do you want to answer?
Frank Downs, Ertico, nice presentation. Of course, you're from the USA, but in Europe, maybe these type of functionalities are part of tenders that are written out by the authorities, or how do you see this? How do you gain business with the authorities, with the cities, or that's not your customer, or?
So cities are a customer, and we engage them directly. So we reach out in conversations, conferences like this. We talk to public works directors, departments of transportation, and we talk to traffic engineers who are ultimate users and built with their feedback in mind.
And okay, and then you try to win the tender.
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Okay, yeah.
All right, thank you guys, and thanks you too.
Sure, thank you.
Give your hands up. Well, I want to invite you to actually position your questions as well. So after a pitch, if you do have a question, maybe you raise a hand so that we know if the jury is the focus or if it's your questions, all right? So you're invited to actually ask. And the next opportunity to ask mean or very interested questions is standing right in front of me. It's Torsten from Poly, and he's going to explain what they're doing, but I just want to make sure you all know he has the colleague with the most interesting hairstyle I have seen so far. Over there, the man with the green hair. Have fun.
Hello. Yeah, my name is Thorsten Dittmer. I'm one of the co-initiators of Poly. I have around about 4 decades of experience in computer science, and the last 2 decades I was working as an investor, so I was sitting on their side of the table. And around about 2 years ago, I made the decision to switch the side of the table, because we are trying to solve a very, very complex problem. I would like to work together a little bit with you. Can you please raise your hand, all of you, please? Come on, folks. So, okay, you can lower it if you don't use any social media platform. No Facebook, no LinkedIn, no Xing, no... Okay, so you will keep your hands up while I'm talking. Then you feel how strong it is to protect privacy here. And that's, by the way, painful for both sides, for companies and also for citizens. So the funny thing, what we are trying to do is, you can lower it, it's fine, before somebody get injured. What we are trying to solve is the issue that GDPR is nowadays a cost center, and it's painful for both sides. We want to turn that into a booster, so that privacy here makes your business easier, and also that the job of or let me say, the process for the customer is easier. So that starts with the idea that we want to save around about 85% of the costs for customer data management. And all the companies I saw here are using lots of data. So data is fueling our economy. And there is this sentence about data is like oil. Unfortunately, it is. It is poisoning. And that's something we have to change. So how do we want to do that? We as Europeans, we are using around about 5% of the computing power of our devices. So from your PlayStation to your mobile to your laptop, whatsoever. So that means 95% of the capacity is idling every day. And we are and Poly is basically downloading data from all the different platforms. You can, for example, see the Facebook download we just had built, and then allow companies to send algorithms to your device. And it will be computed locally on the device. And instead of paying Amazon or Google or whomever, you're paying your customer for using the unused computing power in the context of the data. So that means we have nowadays in Europe, we are spending around about 500 billion euros every year for our own computer devices. Yeah? And this amount of money is idling every year. And instead of, we are making it able that you use that power as a company, and that also solves the GDPR problem at all, because the process is coming to the data and not the data to the process. Because it is computed locally, you don't have to take care of GDPR problems at all anymore, as long as the computation is done on the end user's device. So, and that makes basically a complete new data economy, because nowadays everything is related on sending the data somewhere. It will be stored on lots of different servers, and instead of all the data will be stored on my device, it will be cleaned up on my devices, and me as a user, I'm the single point of truth. And when you're building software, you can get rid of the GDPR problem, and instead of building a really cool relationship with your client.
Please consider also the time.
Done. So, that's all.
So my first question is, where do you see a distinct application case in the field of mobility and logistics?
There are several. So, for example, when it comes to location-based data, that's very, very sensible data. And instead of exposing my location all the time to make that things possible, You know, people can send the algorithm to my device, and that turns everything upside down. It makes it cheaper, it makes it more reliable, and there's no legal problem anymore. So you can just embed that into your app, your mobility app, and use all that data which is in there.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Well, I will still ask a question.
Yeah, of course.
Even though it's maybe not.
Yeah.
I see a big concern regarding safety and breach of laws because there's sensitive data given to other people. So how you make sure that this data is not read or used or sold?
Of course, end of the day, it is a decision of the user if he wants to rent out data or if he wants to sell data or whatsoever. It's not our decision, it's just the decision of the user. But we have to enable him and to empower him to make good decisions in his purpose, not in our. So there are lots of different mechanisms in place, but if you send their algorithm down to the user, only the answer is going back. It is not that the data is going somewhere. So, and if this algorithm is using really sensible data, if this is just making a better calculation, it's not harmful at all for the user, yeah? Because the only thing that's going back to the server of the corporate is the answer they will need. But of course, the user will know upfront what kind of data will be used for that kind of calculation.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you, Torsten. Clap your hands together. Thanks a lot, Polly. Alrighty. Next one coming up, we're talking again about traffic, and there are some guys over there in Israel who actually say they can avoid traffic. So whoever is commuting, you won't have a problem anymore if you make their vision happen. Let's see about it. Hello, Dvir.
Hello. Good evening, good afternoon, everyone. Nice to meet you. We are happy to present our system here. And what I'm going to show you today is a system that already is proving, already working, and already succeed to reduce traffic jams. Can I run this slide? Okay, they're loading it. So today our system is deployed. We're managing more than 150,000 vehicles every day. We succeed to show to many municipalities we can reduce traffic jams. My name is Dvir. Usually I open the presentation with the word that many people here spend less time on traffic jam this week, but we saw that Hamburg don't have a lot of traffic jams like we have, but probably people from other places do. So in 2020, there is a 63 million new vehicles that just joined the existing infrastructure. This is a huge number, and this number is not going anywhere. The existing infrastructure also is limited in how much you can build inside the city. And if you look about average speed, the average speed of horse is 25 kilometers per hour, and the average driving speed in Berlin is 17 kilometers per hour, which means even if you have a wonderful Tesla, thousands of years ago, people would definitely drive faster. So traffic jam is a huge problem. It's costing money, time, and pollution. This is a well-funded problem. It's costing a lot of money to build lanes and bridges, public transportation, congestion fees, but all of these solutions are not enough, not immediate, and super expensive. We are a group of domain experts from the field of computer vision, mathematics, and machine learning, backed by investors from traffic lights company, traffic planning, also VCs, 12 employees, 3 accelerators, and we have a better idea in just a fraction of cost compared to the alternative. We understand that traffic jam are forming a chain reaction process. It's not happening instantly. The quicker we respond, the more you can reduce. Different gives chain reaction inside an intersection, and I recommend each one of you to go to intersection and see how traffic jam inform. But you will also see that many intersections already have cameras and already have traffic light that could be controlled from remote. Our system connects to this camera. Using computer vision, we generate hundreds of parameters every second, including the speed, the distances, the object behavior, even the change in the speed. These hundreds of parameters give us a lot of information in a matter of machine learning. And here our innovation is coming. We are using this data to detect the traffic pattern accumulation. Once we have 1 month, 2 months of data, we know exactly to detect what will form next after the accumulation process. The ability to understand the pattern and predict it, allowing us to provide a tailor-made traffic plan according to what will happen, and then we send it back to the traffic light for the execution. We succeed mathematically proof on real data that many traffic jams could be prevented if we manage them right before it starts to accumulate, and I will more be happy to explain in our reboot about the specific traffic jam we succeed to prevent by half hour before we start to operating well, and we also wrote a patent on this approach. The 5G is allowing companies like us to operate with the zero friction integration, and we know how to on the edge, anytime, anywhere, any architecture. This is example of Namir Einstein. This is the first AI-driven intersection in Israel, which managed not by traffic engineer, by AI, 60,000 vehicles every day, 20% average, and reach a peak of 40% average score by predictive traffic management. Our business model is to be a B2B. We're working with a trusted B2G vendor, which already have the hardware and the sales marketing, and we bring the cloud algorithms and the know-how from the back. Today, we're managing 150. It's increased than the day of the presentation, 71,700 human hours, and it's already proving. So the next time the people here are going to stand in a primitive traffic light and very angry that they don't have the ability to understand, and it's not a data-driven, remember us. We're on our way to help you. Now we're doing it wonderful in Israel and hope soon to come to Europe. Thank you very much for your time. I will be more than happy to answer any questions.
So thanks a lot, perfectly on time. So when you come to Europe here to Germany, what are your planned next steps for the region?
So first of all, for a company like us who are well familiar with the regulation and the things that existed in Israel, we still don't know what will be the process about adjusting the system to the existing regulation, because until today, the only one who have the privilege to replace the traffic light is just traffic engineers who set the policy and set the traffic programs. In Israel, we succeed to do. And now we're learning how we can do this here. And our target in this conference is to reach clients in Europe that are willing to evaluate this technology, willing to test this. We believe that if we will gain the same result we gain in Tel Aviv, in one of the cities in Europe, we can leverage this to enter the market and to expand further. So this is the target from the conference, and also to understand the regulation and how we can adjust.
Thanks a lot.
And for me, same question I asked also before. So is this only based on camera data, or are you also using other type of data for, say, for fusion, or did you compare it as well to other solutions based more on mobile data or others?
So first of all, our company core technology is the algorithms of the machine learning in management, not only the computer vision. We're doing it very well, but we can also cooperate with other sources of information. The more information we have, it's better, but the most stable information we receive is using computer vision. But in Tel Aviv, there is also other sensor, and also there is Waze, and also there is a Bluetooth sensor which increase the accuracy of the prediction. But we prefer to rely on stable sources, because many of these sources sometimes are not reliable, sometimes there is not enough consistency of the data which we can generate enough of information. So this is really tailor-made according to the architecture of the client.
All right, is there a question
Thank you very
in the
much.
audience?
Thank you.
Oh, okay, he's going. Thank you. All right, now we talked about traffic. Traffic is often nowadays still connected to emissions, which does have a major impact on air quality. So our next startup is actually talking about how they want to manage air quality. Let's see what that's all about. Let's say hello to Barbara von Havadava.
Hello. Good afternoon. So we are Havadava, and we take care of air quality. And I would say nobody would deny that today air quality is important, and air pollution has a proven impact not only on health and mortality, but also on economy and the climate. But unfortunately, the way how we handle it today is very, let's say, mature. You also could call it outdated, because with very high effort and at high costs, we generate very little data. And these little data are simply not appropriate to take good actions. So let's look at Hamburg as an example. The city of Hamburg runs 5 public measurement stations in the whole city. And these stations deliver values for only 2 pollutants. Some time ago, one of the stations reported a high level of pollution, which exceeds the legal limit. What did the city do? They closed the road, which is next to this station, for diesel cars. Good action, because yes, guess what? At this station, the level which is reported declined. Sure, but did it solve the problem for the city? No, because the cars are still there. They just took another route. So recall what Peter Drucker said. You only can manage what you measure. And this is exactly our approach. With state-of-the-art technology, we create an area-wide insight of the air pollution, air quality situation in the city. And state-of-the-art technology includes our own, let's say, IoT measurement network, which is very cost-efficient, artificial intelligence supported. And with that, we can create real insights. And with this, let's say, comprehensive set of data, you really can manage. You really can establish an eco-sensitive traffic management system. You really can work on a meaningful Verkehrswende. I don't know the English expression for that. I'm not sure whether there is one. Is there one?
Maybe transition in mobility?
Transition in mobility in terms of ecology. So you need this kind of data, otherwise you will not succeed. And that's why we are here at ITS in Hamburg to ask the cities, to ask the traffic management providers, are you still measuring or already managing? Thank you.
Yeah, Barbara, thanks a lot. Maybe the first question from my side, where is your funny name from? Not Barbara, I mean Havadava.
Pardon me?
Where is your name from, the company name?
It was on the very first slide. Havadava has really some meaning, I think, in more than 8, 9 worldwide spoken languages like Hindu, Pashto, Arabic languages. Hava stands for air and Dava stands for health. So it has a meaning, and really a great portion of the global population understands what we are doing, but not the German, not the English one.
Okay. So good karma in every case.
Okay.
I mean, so who are your current customers? So is it more the cities or road operators?
We work a lot with cities. Of course, more and more, we see more and more tenders which are asking for this kind of data. And on the one hand, we have the cities, but also we are partnering with traffic management providers. They integrate our data in having more meaningful routes and so on.
Yeah, just connecting to this question, I can see that actually quite a lot of portion of industries will actually try to not get it out in the world because it's against their industry and everything. So how are you gonna prepare for this?
I didn't get your first part of the question.
I mean, if you sell your product, for example, to India or China, where all of the production of the world gets, of course, it's got to say air pollution is too much. So how are you going to prepare for this step? Because there are going to be companies who say, we don't want to have this system out in the street because it's going to alarm the people.
Yeah. I think you can handle a problem of air pollution in 3 steps. Of course, you should avoid it where it's possible. That's not possible, you should reduce it. Maybe you can integrate filters in this kind of industries. And even where it's not possible to reduce it, you at least can protect the population.
Right, thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
It's nice to see a woman back on stage. Thanks, Barbara. All right, guys. The next startup is coming up, and I don't know how it is with you, but everybody keeps talking about AI, and everybody else keeps talking about digital twins. It's a big buzzword. This next startup is actually trying to make sense of it, and let's see what they actually do with digital twins and what that all is about. Let's say hello to Fabienne from Motion Tag.
Hi, everyone. Thanks a lot for being here. We are Motion Tag. I'm Fabien Sautier, COO of Motion Tag. Today, my topic is about rewarding green mobility and how do we make this actually a sustainable business going forward. The big challenge today in mobility and sustainability is that people are well aware of the challenges that we have in front of us. People know that in the next 10 to 20 years, we need to reduce CO2, but we lack the immediate benefits of it. We don't know exactly how our today consumption will actually really affect the future. At Motion Tag, we have the solution to this in 3 easy steps. The first one is we help our clients take data-driven decision on how to improve transportation systems, but we also influence behaviors of travelers through digital products that we provide to our clients. And ultimately, increase user retention in applications of our clients. This is how it works. Our application is called Mobac. It's a solution that can be integrated inside an existing application or actually provided as a white label. People simply download it or access it inside an existing application and then ultimately generate climate coins completely automatically with our technology that understands how, when, and why people travel from A to B and what's the CO2 that is being generated through this trip. Those coins can then be actually redeemed inside the marketplace that's already inside the application. We've launched this in partnership with the Deutsche Bahn already last year in the city of Münster. And we have really great KPIs coming from it. It was installed by more than 1% of the total population in that area. And people traveled more than 5.5 million kilometers with our application, generating a lot of data for decision makers. We've saved 290 tons of CO2 and planted also trees through different features that we have integrated inside the application. And overall, users, partners really love it. You can see it inside the ratings that are behind me. User retention is really, really high, so people really like the application and using it over and over again. And we have more than 40 partners today inside the application. We provide insights for city planners. Here you can see different types of analysis that are being done. But also we can look at stations. In this case, the Deutsche Bahn station and service is interested in how people get to the train station with what modes of transport and what is, for example, origins of those trips that are finished there. We also provide insights on how people are affected by COVID, for example, on the data that's being aggregated. So the benefits for Mobac are for sustainable travelers, smart cities, but also mobility service providers. We're Motion Tag. Thank you a lot for your attention, and yeah, happy to get some questions.
So thanks a lot. How do you measure a change in behavior, or is it possible to do that?
Yeah, so we've done that in several projects. Actually, the main topic that we did with the Swiss Federal Railway, which is one of our clients, is measuring the impact of mobility as a service on CO2, on intermodal behaviors. And this can be also done inside such a product by, for example, analyzing before, so when we don't use certain features, and then what we do when people are using the application. We also work with market researchers. So today, some of our clients are top market researchers in Germany, like Infas, who is responsible for mobility in Germany, which is the biggest market research done in Germany for mobility behaviors. And we can then actually look at how are the people that are traveling with the application are basically in comparison with normal travelers, and how is it improving day by day or week by week.
Thank you.
So it's a SaaS model and also end-user app. So I can download it and get rated about my green coin.
Exactly.
So are you going to sell my data? Because I think a lot of companies would love to have my data to see if I'm a good person or bad, if I would be perfect to buy that car or travel train.
Yeah, we don't sell individual data. That's definitely not something that we do.
But you give insights, just if they pay. If they pay and they have their customer base, but not from other insights.
No, it's only mobility insights that we're giving. Of course, for the partners that are part of the offering that accepts those green tokens, for them it's a placement. So they understand who their people on the other side are in terms of generally people are attracted to sustainability, which is in that sense very interesting for them. But all data that's being then given to, for example, cities or transport operator is completely anonymized and concern only mobility behaviors and not individual users.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Fabienne. Hands up.
Thank you very much.
Would have been interesting to see your reaction once he said, yes, we're going to sell all the information, right? All right, guys, one last pitch for this session is coming up. I hope the jury is still awake and very eager to listen to another pitch. And this one I'm very excited about as well, because they're actually coming from Hamburg and they're doing something in mobility, so to say, but especially focusing on a sustainable approach. Let's say hello to Recycle Hero and Alessandro.
Yeah, hi, I'm Alessandro from Recycle Hero, the world's first cargo bike pickup service for recyclable waste. First of all, I want to show you a photo of our balcony 3 years ago. And when we realized there are way too often heaps of recyclables and refundable bottles, waste paper, waste glass, because there's no pickup service for this kind of waste. And so we ask friends if they have the same challenge, and we also ask restaurants, shops, offices, and many of them have the same challenges, that there's no pickup service that is appropriate for them. So we thought, okay, that might be a good idea to start a service like this. So we had already some clients with restaurants and co. So then we walked to the environmental authority and asked them, can we just pick up this waste? And they say, yeah, that's actually a brilliant idea, because we need a pickup service like this, because they need to achieve recycling quotas up to 90% in 2022. So approved. So next we thought, okay, we need riders, workers. So we thought it might be a good idea to hire refugees and unemployed people as riders. So we talked to people who support exactly these people to get back into workforce. And they said, hey, that's exactly the perfect job for our people. So we figured out it's exactly the ideal concept to combine all these three challenges, to have a pickup service for recyclable waste and engage exactly those peoples. Okay, how does it work? Very easy. You order your pickup online as a subscription or on demand. So our riders pick it up with our cargo bikes at your door and dispose it at the recycling bins or the recycling yard. So how do we earn money? We pay a small amount of starting from €8 for waste glass or €12 from waste paper. And the refundables we pick up for free, since we, from the revenues, we fund our own social project that's called Straßensuppe, where we deliver food to homeless people. And we also pick up old clothes, and from the revenues of the selling to second-hand shops and also upcycling projects, we fund the pickups. So basically, we focus on 5 missions. Urban convenience, like all the delivery services, since we tackle a problem. Climate-friendly transportation, since we only use cargo bikes. Supporting disadvantaged people, and of course also increasing the recycling quota. That's Recycle Hero. Thank you very much.
So thanks a lot for your speech. My first question is, what do you exactly have created by your own? For instance, the back-end system to book the tours, did you design the bikes and so on?
Actually, the bikes we buy here in Hamburg, they designed and built here in Hamburg. The tool, at the moment, we use like a mix of different tools, and we build an own IT core at the moment, where we want to implement also an ideal routing optimization algorithm, but that's on the way at the moment.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, first of all, nice idea. Just recently somebody asked me if I know a company who can pick up glasses and trash from their home because it was too far out. Well, I have a question is, do you cooperate with the city? Because I was living in Denmark for 6 years, and there the community was actually paying companies like yours because you're doing work for the city, where the city can't do it or it makes no sense. Are you planning to do so?
Well, we are not a typical kind of disposal company. So we just, we help the people to get this to the recycling bin. To get in this role, it's way more complicated. So you have to be approved and certified and on and on. But we maybe eventually we will do this to pick up other waste, like electronic waste, for example. But at the moment, we are very lean startup.
All right. Thank you and good luck.
We have 2 questions from the audience.
Hi, Frank Daams, Artico. I'm very thrilled by this because it's an example of a market introduction innovation, and it has nothing to do with technology. It's easy to organize, and you create a fantastic business. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
No question here, but maybe here.
How big is the operation now?
At the moment, in terms of the team, we have 5 riders, and we have 6 to 7 people in our offices, and we reach almost 350 customers now.
All right. Thanks a lot, Alessandro, and thanks for the pitch.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please note the following.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to repeat, right? It's over now, actually, for you guys to vote, right? That have been 9 pitches from different countries, very different mobility approaches, and the jury is still assessing, is still calculating maybe. And I just want to ask, how was it for you? Was there a real wow factor in it, or was it all like, yeah, I've heard of it before? What was interesting for you? Tell me.
I have to say, especially the contributor from Israel seemed to be mind-blowing for me. I think I impressed it as a 40-minute speech compressed to 3 minutes.
So the pitch was good.
Yeah.
Was the idea good as well?
Yeah, the idea was great, I think, on the one hand, but I'm not sure whether I got everything. And also, I think, funny and very compressed.
Okay, good. All right. Additions?
Yeah, no, for me, I liked very much indeed the last one as well. So I think it's really an innovative idea and quite simple to implement. So it's really and very nicely presented, I agree. And I also liked, I think, the presentation from Howard Hour is, I mean, all the solutions, of course, extremely interesting as well to have this, for road operators and cities. I see a strong potential there as well.
Okay. And one last comment to it, come on.
Yeah, it was exciting to see some great ideas which are much more developed than just in the beginning, and to see the critical stage. And yeah, it was nice to be here. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, you 3. And maybe for the audience, what's going to happen now? Those 3 are actually going to vote for what was the most interesting, the most promising pitch and idea they have seen. That pitch is not directly going to win something. No, it wins another spot in the next pitching session, actually. It's kind of a knockout, right? We're playing. So whoever won has the chance to come back to that stage. Tomorrow afternoon at 4 p.m., we will have the winners out of 4 pitch sessions, and there we will have a winner who will be winning a very promising prize. But I'm looking right now to Simon. Simon, do we have a winner? Thumbs up.
We do not only have 1, we have 2, because 2 with the same points.
Wow, how are you going to handle that?
I don't know. I think 2 pitch slots on... Yeah, so both will pitch on Thursday again, and then we shift the final decision to Thursday.
All right, tell us, who is actually going to come back to the stage?
Yeah, we will hear again Havadava and Recycle Hero.
Wow. Come on back up, both of you. Alessandro? And where's Habadaba? Nobody there anymore. Well,
hopefully. Barbara? She did not disappear,
I don't see her anymore. Anyways, you'll be back. Do you have a second pitch deck prepared for Thursday?
Of course not.
Okay, let's see what he's going to do and what the jury is going to do on Thursday. Thursday means tomorrow, and I have one more addition to that. You have seen quite a few very cool ideas. It's not just cool ideas, it's also cool people. And all those people will be back to actually celebrate, to dance with all of you, and that will be our startup party. Tomorrow evening in the Mojo Club, 7 p.m. You can sign up, and you have probably seen all of those lying around here. Just scan the QR code, it's free entrance, and we would love to share some drinks with you and some very good time to end this ITS. Thanks a lot, and I hope to see some of you back at 5 p.m. for the next pitching sessions. Till then, have fun.
Nice to meet you.
I was just looking
then
for
we
you.
are complete.
Yeah. All right, everybody. We're back to pitch sessions, and I found my final jury member, so now we're slowly all getting together. And I invite you all to come closer and witness and join the next 9 pitches from international stages, all about mobility and everything connected to it. Before we do that, same thing as we did before, we have a few pitching sessions during the whole days. This is our 3rd pitching session already. And it will happen as follows. We will have 9 pitches, and we have a jury of 3 members who will introduce themselves in a minute, so you understand who's actually judging what. And they will ask the startups, after a 3-minute pitch, a few mean questions, a few maybe just interested questions. Let's see about it. But we also invite all of you to actually ask questions if you're intrigued by an idea and to involve yourself. After those pitches, the jury will right away decide which of the startups was the most interesting one. And tomorrow afternoon at 4 p.m., we have kind of our own Champions League here. The top 4 pitches out of the 4 sessions will present their ideas again, and then we will have a final winner of the whole knockout. That's it for now, but now I want to actually...
Maybe you can tell the audience what is the prize for the final winner?
Do it.
Yeah?
Yeah. Do it.
It's my secret or yours?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the final prize is on the one hand, the honor, and on the other hand, free office space for, I think, 3 months in Munich or Hamburg.
Right.
Yeah?
And as you already have the mic on, Simon, maybe you want to say who you are, what you actually do, and what are you looking for in the pitches?
Maybe I give the first word to my colleague Camilla. Camilla, please.
Thank you very much. What a gentleman. Hi, everyone. I'm Carmela Canonico, and I work at Ertico. We are a multi-stakeholder organization, and you all know us by now after 3 days here. And personally, I work in connected and automated driving, and I've been working on and off, mostly on, with startups since 2014. And what I want to see today, it's nice stories. Just convince me that your product, your solution is good, and it's the next great revolution in mobility.
All right, let's see if we have nice stories. All right, do you want to continue introducing yourselves?
Yeah, my name is Simon Herzog from Unternehmertum, the Center for Entrepreneurship and Innovation in Munich. And we were together with my colleagues from the Digital Hub Logistics in Hamburg, the creators of this very interesting and inspiring startup area. So we selected from a number of international applications the 42 most promising startups, and we will, in this session and in all the others, find out who is the ITS award winner.
All right, and what about you?
Well, hello everyone. I'm Christoph. I work for Hamburg Invest, the economic development agency of the city of Hamburg. And we're actually very happy to have you here, very potential startups with really good ideas, technical solutions. And I'm actually looking forward for people that burn for their idea. And hopefully we as Hamburg Invest can support you on your further way here in Hamburg in the next days. And yeah, looking forward to some really nice presentations.
Thank you guys for being here. Thanks for giving your input for the startups and for helping them grow. Before we start with the first pitch, we do have someone else coming up on stage. He works at GraphMasters. GraphMasters used to be a startup. It's no longer. But let's be honest, after the story, how difficult was it? What are the pain points you can also share with the audience that might not be as glossy as the pitch decks you might use?
Yes, hello. Good evening. My name is Alexander. I'm from GraphMasters. So the lessons from growing up, actually, after about 8 years that we're doing this, is not only to get the details right, but actually to understand the bigger picture. Now, I'm an employee, and I don't necessarily know why somebody suddenly takes away a resource from my team to build bicycle routing. So I had to swallow that one, because bicycle routing is actually the exact opposite to navigation routing for a car, for a truck, or for a van. But the bigger picture is that we have one of our products, which is Nunav Courier, which delivers actually about a third of all parcels alone in Germany. And some of the logistics companies, they actually try to deliver parcels in inner cities using a bicycle. And of course, you want to manage actually active fleets. So I had to learn the hard way, in a certain way, because communication in a startup or in a grown-up or wherever, in any company in general, is key. So as soon as I understood what the bigger picture was, there wasn't pain anymore. So that was one of my biggest lessons.
Thank you, Alex. And maybe
Thank you, and go ahead with the pitches.
Thanks a lot. Thanks, Craftmasters, for sponsoring the area as well and supporting all those startups. Maybe one last thing before the first one, who's already kind of sweating and being prepared, is coming up on stage. I want to share with you guys what the jury is actually looking for, because they are not just looking for the next best story, but we also ask them to kind of pay attention if that idea, if that startup actually has relevance, which means, is there a pain point in the market they address? Is the market big enough? Is there a real meaning for the solution they approach? The other aspect they're actually looking for, do they have the capabilities? Do they have the right team? Do they have the right network? Do they have the right know-how? Because without that, the best idea won't fly anyways. And that's kind of what you already said. Is there a wow effect? Is there a vision? Do they actually do something slightly differently? Or do they have a new thing for the whole industry? Or maybe even a new thing for the world? Let's see if we find some wows in here. And that one is just up to the jury. I don't know how they do it, but they have some kind of bonus, what they like, especially what they don't. That's up to them. And I'll ask about that later on. But now, enough slides from my side. And I would ask you all to give a warm welcome to our first startup from the UK. It's Daniel from Angoka. He will talk about security for insecure networks. Come on up.
Thank you very much. Can I take that? Hello, Hamburg. Hello, jurors. I'm Daniel Ruiz. I am the Director of Smart Cities and Smart Mobility at Angoka. Angoka is a cybersecurity startup working in the field of IoT. We are focusing, as I say, on smart mobility and smart cities. It's a big piece, but I'll explain why actually there's focus. We were founded 2.5 years ago, and now we have headquarters with 20 people, headquarters in Belfast, but offices in London and in Rotterdam, The Hague, and in a few weeks, probably an office or base here in Hamburg, because this has been such a successful week in terms of engagement with the businesses around the whole event. We work with universities, obviously, and global tech companies, but increasingly we're working with ports and facility managers, harbors, regional authorities, because they are the ones that are seeing that there is an increasing need for cybersecurity at the level we're talking about here. And our goal is to be the global standard for IoT security, unlocking the safety and resilience that is needed to deliver social and economic and environmental benefits that are promised by the technology that's all around us. The problem is, of course, that by 2025, it looks like there will be 1 trillion IoT-enabled devices. That means the attack services increase, and the probability, therefore, of delivering those benefits is potentially removed, immensely at risk. That quantum threat is also increasing because quantum computing, within a couple of years, will be able to eat through the traditional forms of security that are currently applied in 99% of the cases. We need a solution to that traditional problem. So we're proposing a paradigm shift, which basically means that with hardware-based solution, you can have devices that trust each other across a network that inevitably is not completely cyber secure. It is impossible to make the network cyber secure. So you can make the devices trust each other in a community of trust. This is important because currently one of the key ways of protecting systems is to have third-party certification. Talking to the third party costs in terms of time, in terms of lost data, in terms of money, all bad things. So this is a system that addresses those issues and also future-proofs in terms of quantum security. We're applying it in a number of cases, very relevant examples shown here. One is, for example, where you have a fleet of drones. You do not want to carry all the systems in the drone because that adds weight, so you have to have ground stations and a control room. If each of those has the digital authentication unit in it, then that Angoka produces, then you can make the community secure. The same thing applies in a number of applications, which we can talk about if you want to. So conclusion, the kind of projects that we're working on at the moment are enormous, with companies like Airbus who are looking to us, a very small company, for that trust. And we are very keen to work on other proof of value projects. Proof of concept is done. We're looking for proof of value to expand into Germany and around the world. Thank you. Thank you. I'm told to come closer now.
Yeah, thanks a lot for the interesting speech.
It's a bit intimate.
Yeah. So my question is, where do you see the main obstacles in introducing your product into smart cities and smart systems here in Europe, in Germany as a whole?
In any country, the biggest hurdle is the fact that many companies, many organizations are only just starting to perceive the importance of investing in cybersecurity now. I've had conversations with your BSI, which and their equivalent in the UK, the National Cybersecurity Centre, and they've said they like this approach, but and they think it needs to be introduced early. So now, so that when systems become commercializable, then the cybersecurity is embedded.
Okay.
So the challenge is actually getting in early enough.
Okay. And do you see the awareness
I have been
on the side of the decision makers especially?
Yes, yeah, and this week has been very affirming for me because I've spoken to a couple of dozen companies and organizations, including the Harbour here and HaLa, and introduced by your organization. So they have all said that they want us to come and piggyback on some of the projects that they are starting or have got going at the moment. And others like Sopra Steria, Siemens, want to see how we can embed our system into their products.
Thank you.
Very positive.
So, my jury colleagues.
Thank you.
Are there any questions from the audience? Also, the audience is allowed to ask something.
They're stunned.
Then I'll go next. Thank you very much for a very interesting presentation, and I do totally agree with you that we need to get into cybersecurity early. It has to be by design early. And I have two questions for you. The first is about your team, because it's 2.5 years, it's already 20 people. What kind of expertise do you have in the team? And
okay, we have a mix. Obviously, we have people who do nothing useful like me and do business development and build the opportunities. But we have cryptographers, we have software and hardware developers. And one of the things we're very proud of in Angoka, we have 20 people. We have, I think, 6 or 7 different languages spoken. We have a similar number of nationalities represented. And we have an extremely good mix of men and women, genders, let's be more specific. Including one of the 4 founders, who is German and is a German woman.
Then you already answered a couple of questions that I had piled up.
Good.
My second question is, you mentioned your technology is quantum technology future-proof.
Yeah.
Could you please let us know how can you do that? Of course, what you can disclose.
Without disclosing all the IP, so one of the other founders is also very active and has set up the quantum computing center in the UK. There is quantum technology that is built into how the devices communicate with each other and how they self-certify. And this, again, is why the third-party certification has been removed from the equation. So the devices can self-certify, which means that the community remains efficient as it grows. So it's a very scalable solution, whereas conventional systems, the more devices you have in your community, there's an exponential increase in the overhead. Does that answer the question? Yeah.
All right, and we don't have any more time for next question.
We'll have a private conversation afterwards. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Daniel. Thanks a lot. That was Daniel talking about security and all those interesting interconnected autonomous systems we see all around the fair. The next startup coming up is already prepared, standing right next to me. It's Luca from Italy. Luca from Antimotion. Hello.
Hello. Hello, everyone.
You have 3 minutes, and we're looking forward to your pitch.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. I'm Luca Gasbaro from Antimotion. We are an Italian engineering startup. I'm going to introduce you with our simulation tools for a safer and quicker autonomous vehicle deployment. Oops. Okay. So what's the problem behind? The deployment of and validation of autonomous vehicles requires billions of kilometers of road testing, and this leads to the fact that simulation is a must to be implemented into the pipeline. And what the needs of a simulation, or some of the needs, is the fact that you need a simulation environment where you can simulate your vehicle and your autonomous vehicle functionalities. But then you need a massive amount of 3D environments where to carry on your tests and validations. And then you need to look after one of the big needs, which is neural network training and validation, because companies are spending millions of dollars a year in lived images from acquired road testing. How do we answer to these needs? One product is Midgard, which is our real-time render engine, and it's basically where we can simulate the autonomous vehicle, and it comes with a full set of sensors and functionalities. But then we do also answer with procedural worlds, which is an automatic modeling pipeline to get the environments in a chunk of time with respect to classical modeling. And then we have an OpenDrive generator, which is a tool to convert HD maps into road networks which are ready to be used into simulation. Starting from the last one, which is the OpenDrive generator, this gives us the capability to model from HD maps, like for example here HD live maps, a massive amount of road networks very quickly. Here you have an example of a 4 square meters downtown in Munich, which is modeled in minutes, basically. And interfacing and supporting databases like here, we can be very precise down to lane level, including a lot of features like elevation, geometry, lane width, road signs, traffic lights, etc. And then we can forge through procedural worlds the OpenDrive automatically into a 3D environment ready to be used in simulation. And as you can see here in this small video, we can customize very easily the scene type that we get from the procedural world pipeline. And last but not least, the 3D environment we are getting is perfectly aligned with the road semantics. That means that it's suitable for co-simulation with others autonomous vehicles, agents, and also with traffic simulators or other kind of sensors. Last but not least, Midgard is where all this is used, and Midgard is our real-time render engine, and where we can simulate the vehicles and some of the sensors, and is based on Unreal Engine, and it comes with a a good set of sensor functionalities, either for real-time simulation or co-simulation, like a radar or complex cameras, but also with the semantic sensors for neural network training and validation. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Luca, for your presentation. You would like to go first?
If I may, Simon? Yeah, thank you. Luca, thank you very much for this really interesting presentation. It's really, really good to see the advantages of your technology. But can you please elaborate a little bit more about what is your special advantage compared to your competitors? Because I know there are some companies in the same field active right now.
Okay, we in particular within what I presented, we are putting a lot of effort in procedural modeling the environments, because there is where we see a big lack of needs, because at the end there are various ambients where you can simulate the vehicles, but at the very end you need environments where to simulate. And there, up to now, the most of the cases, the environments have been modeled manually, but this is very expensive and slow and doesn't suit with the requirements of simulating billions of kilometers. In simulation, you do not need billions, but you need a lot of simulation. And there is where we put a lot of effort in procedural modeling and in generating road networks from HD maps automatically.
Thank you, Luca. And maybe one more question, if I'm allowed to. Thank you. Do you see any adaptability to different branches or sectors? I can remember my times when playing computer games, Need for Speed or something like this. Is there some entertainment factor in your technology as well?
This technology doesn't suit only the autonomous vehicle market, but basically can be targeted to any autonomous vehicle, even off-highway. Or, for example, let's think about transpallets, for example, no? In big warehouses, and it's a challenge to make them autonomous vehicles, fully autonomous vehicle. And there, the technology is basically the same. What is different is the 3D environment, basically. But at the end, everything sitting behind to develop the autonomous vehicle is the same. So. Tractors also, there is a big requirements for autonomous tractors also.
Thank you, Luca.
Good, thanks a lot. Unfortunately, the Q&A session is already over. And applause again from the audience, please, for Luca.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Luca. All right, after talking about gaming and autonomous driving and how it could actually be simulated, we now have someone coming up who already won something this week. And this is Paola from Auvetech. She was actually the winner of our yesterday evening EIT Urban Mobility pitch session. And I'm very curious if you'll continue that journey and win today again. So put your hands together for Paola.
Hello. Hello, everybody. I hope you all have already had some fruitful discussions about intelligent transportation. And I'm here to remind you that a part of the intelligent transportation is also public transportation, which in many cases still today serves an outdated commute and makes people dependable on their personal cars in order for them to commute in an effective way. And also, as to the bottlenecks and the pollution and the road congestion that the cities around us are facing today. My name is Paula Johanna Adamson, and I'm from Auvetech, an Estonian company focused on the manufacturing and the development of autonomous vehicles, one of which you can also see in the next hall. And in addition to that, we also offer a full scope service of implementing these vehicles into different environments. We at Auvetech have developed a solution in order to expand the current public transportation network and make it more personalized for people who cannot or choose not to use the services available today. It's there when you need it, and it can be implemented to the cities without any additional changes to the infrastructure. We started out in 2018 as a bunch of students with a goal of developing a prototype of a self-driving vehicle in order to celebrate our university's 100th birthday. We did that within a year, made some test drives with the shuttle, and then continued and teamed up with a bunch of specialists from the automotive industry, from software development. And today we are a team of 60 people. We have produced 18 shuttles and deployed them in 8 countries in Europe already. The solution that we provide is easily adaptable and can be implemented into different environments. We currently have ongoing projects in 3 countries, Finland, Estonia, and Poland, and we have conducted mobility projects for reducing the pressure on parking infrastructure, and also filling the gap in last mile. So this is a solution to pave a way for the cities and make the first steps in order to implement a sustainable transportation model. Today, our tech is focused on passenger transportation, but we see that in the future, the solution could be expanded to a variety of use cases ranging from parcel delivery, waste transportation. And in addition to that, it could be bundled up with some of the startups from the room here today. In fact, we are already collaborating with some of the startups here today, and all this in order to create an ecosystem for cities to shift the concentration to make urban spaces livable and enjoyable for the people in it. So join us on the journey for future-ready transportation today. Thank you.
So, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for showing us your impressive achievements. So maybe one question, so the world is talking about battery electric vehicles, and I have read that you also offer a hydrogen-powered shuttle. So why that?
So in order to provide a service that is flexible, which is one of our goals, we have also introduced a shuttle with hydrogen, because charging of the electric vehicles takes time out of the operating hours, and charging the hydrogen vehicle is really fast, so it makes the service flexible.
Thank you. My colleagues?
Thank you for the presentation. I have a question. Of course. So I have seen a few of similar solutions already out there piloting and testing. What makes your shuttle better than the others?
That's a good question. I will continue now on the note of flexibility. We have developed really rapidly, and we started out almost 3 years ago, and we have proved that the solution can be adapted really fast into the different environments. And the flexibility is also about the functionalities of the shuttle to make them relevant for the cities and the need for transportation, really. And in addition to that, the concept of the shuttle is a bit different. It's made to be compact in order to be able to adapt with different environments, whether the roads are unpaved or paved, whether they're pedestrian roads or roads for other cars. So flexibility is the key for us.
Yeah, do we have any remaining question?
Have one, yeah? Yeah. Well, thank you for the presentation. I think there's a lot of movement in this sector right now. Autonomous driving, we have heat bus driving in Hamburg around. And I know there are some issues with road signal technology, so you have to have a certain standard probably for rolling out your technology in different cities in the world. So how would you, from your perspective, say, how are you doing in this problem or in this regard?
Yes, it is definitely very interesting times, since there is no overall homologation for autonomous vehicles and how and what to really do in order to implement them. So we are currently in a very interesting phase of working very individually with every city and country in order to actually figure out the way to pave the way for the future. But I also think it is a very necessary process of changing the regulations and getting to a place where they serve everybody's needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Paula. So we're speeding up. Jury, I hope you're still all pumped and fully excited to listen to the next one, because coming from Germany, the next one is waiting in line. It's Steffen from Peregrine Technologies, and he's going to talk about next generation video telematics. Let's see what that actually means, because I have no idea. Come on up.
Hi, everyone. So in 2025, each new car that will come out of factories will carry intelligence and connected camera systems. And we at Peregrine believe that this is actually a source to transform the mobility sector as we know it today. We actually started with the mission to bring technologies from self-driving cars that have been in research to every vehicle that we have on the roads already today, especially the eyes of self-driving cars. And we want to use it to address the three biggest problems, or one of the three biggest problems that we see on the roads today, which is actually to decrease the accidents on our urban roads. And on the other hand, to actually address all the processes that we have in mobility services, which are fairly manual because it's so complex to describe what is actually going on city roads. The third point is that data quality is actually surprisingly sufficiently low, and we can increase that with visual information and visual context. So what we are doing is we are building something that is called a perception system, and it has three things it has to solve. One is it has to understand behavior on the road. Behavior, how actually a car is controlled, but also how other road users are actually behaving. And on the other side, it needs to understand the environment in order to predict and prevent hazards in the future. So for us, it's not just about situational awareness. We want to describe why things are happening on the road. This is not telematics as you know it. This is not just a perception system that detects objects on the road. It's actually about the causalities. How are things playing together? Is there a stop sign? Is there a red light? Can I go? Does the other one has the right of way? You need to understand it in order to build smart solutions. What are we doing? We are actually building an analytics stack that goes with an intelligence camera in fleets, in commercial fleet operators that are driving hundreds of miles per driver per day on our city roads. And we analyze with this intelligent camera behind the windshield every mile they are driving in real time in the vehicle. On the other side, we can give them proactive information about risk and hazards that they are facing. So this all feeds into our fleet intelligence platform that we are offering, and it goes from risk evaluation to a performance evaluation for their drivers and the fleets. But on the other side, it also gives you an ability to teach the drivers and to have a better performance. For me, it's very important to stress that we all do this with edge computing directly in the vehicle, super lightweight. Actually, we can demo it at the booth. And this is not a system that needs to be integrated in a car. It can be retrofitted in the aftermarket. All the data comes together in our cloud services. And more importantly, because I stand up here talking about computer vision, we put privacy first. We basically remove all faces, license plates, and personal information, or we do not even store the data in the first place when we don't need it. But this is beyond fleets. This is actually also very important for insurances that operate and insure these vehicle fleets. It's also for geolocation services and mapping companies that need the visual context. This is just possible with a great team. We are based in Berlin, 22 people to date. We all come from the space of self-driving cars, leading companies in Germany before and Silicon Valley, and have great partners to date in order to make that possible. I just want to invite you today to build with us a safer and more sustainable ecosystem. And if you want to chat about that, you find us right in number 12 over there. My colleague Virginia is also there, so happy to chat. And thanks for the attention and being here at ITS in Hamburg.
Yes, I'll go first. Thank you. Who is your first segment of end users? Who are you targeting? The private person or a fleet or companies? Who are you aiming at?
So if you stop by at our booth later, we can see a video telematics system for commercial fleets. It's very important to address these people who drive heavy vehicles, light commercial vehicles and heavy vehicles on our roads in order to protect actually people like pedestrians and cyclists who are not easy to spot in these vehicles. So we started with that, and also these vehicles drive hundreds of miles per day in order to bring parcels. Especially in Corona times, it became more and more important. We have more delivery vehicles on the road, and that's why we chose them. It's transportation of goods, and we can help them actually to make their transport more safe and more efficient.
Then I go next. Thank you for the presentation. What would you say are the main challenges in the moment right now for your technology in your company?
It's a very good question. I think there is now a step where we move from classical telematics, where we don't exactly know what's going on. Just imagine in a telematics system when there's a harsh braking maneuver, you never know why this happened. Was there a red light and the driver was just not paying attention, or is a child running in front of the car? One is a very positive maneuver of the driver, and one is a not very good one, and you need to know that. And that's why we are saying you need this next level of telematics, and we can add this value with visual information. So the founders, I myself, I worked 10 years in a self-driving car domain, and we actually skipped that interesting industry because we felt like we always say self-driving cars are great, they save so many lives, but unfortunately, they are not on the road today. So if you want to save lives today, you need to bring something on the road that actually saves lives tomorrow and not in 10 years' time when you can scale it up.
That sounds really impressive, but are you ready to roll out, or are you having some
Sure.
challenges right now?
You can,
Perfect.
you can order today.
Perfect, thank you.
Thanks a lot, Stefan. Put your hands up for Stefan. Thanks a lot. I don't know what you guys think, but I always feel like after such pitches, like they should all work together, like Paola with Stefan, then we had Daniel before. That would make like a lot of sense and solve a lot of issues. Let's see if the next one can maybe collaborate with the one or other as well. Let's see what Bart Adams has to do for us from Belgium with the most challenging company name for me so far. It's XYZT AI. Let's understand what's that all about. Put your hands up. Hello, Bart.
Right. Hello, all. So yeah, we are XYZT.ai, and we do location analytics at scale. You can think of us as the Power BI for movement data. So we help our customers to solve their mobility problems by giving them insights into mobility and traffic. And we do so by providing a software as a service platform for big location analytics. The platform fuses and combines different multi-data sources such as floating car, mobile device data, and also people flow and maritime vessel data, for example. For data companies and data providers, we solve the problem that they can now not just sell the data, but they can also sell the insights, the analytics on top of the data. For data analysts, we solve the problem that they don't have the tools really to use the data that those data providers are providing. And finally, now they can use connected car data and so on with our tool. And they can do that really easily and effortlessly. It's a software as a service tool. It's you use it yourself, so it's really a self-service analytics tool. It scales really to billions of records, and that's where we are unique on the market. And you can really take your data live basically by just drag and dropping or pushing the data to the platform. This is a customer of us, Autonomo. It's one of the major connected car data companies, and they are using our tool to analyze their floating car data and their events data. The data set that you see there is actually 1 month of their entire connected car data set in California in the United States that you can use with our tool. Second customer, Port of Antwerp. It's the second biggest seaport in Europe, and they are using our tool with maritime AIS data to do anomaly detection and gain situational awareness in the port. So as a history, we started the company almost 2 years back. It's founded by me, and actually we have a female founder, female CEO, Lida, she's here as well. We were lucky to acquire our first customer, Port of Antwerp, and also later the KU Leuven University. We were funded by a small amount of business angel funding. The next year, we onboarded Spire. Spire is a global satellite company tracking global vessel fleet and aviation data, and also Autonomo, as I talked about. We brought the team to 7, and we have now 4 international resellers throughout the world, covering Australia, India, South Africa, and South Korea. And just recently, a couple of weeks back, we were named IDC Innovator in the location and intelligence domain. Now we are currently focusing on really growing the business, and that's also our focus in the next year. The first milestone is that we want to grow the business to 1 million euro revenue, and that should be possible by next year. But of course, as any SaaS company, we're looking at recurring revenue, and that is our target to reach 1 million euro recurring revenue in 2023. And the next milestone, of course, is to reach that monthly, and that is targeted by 2026. We have a booth here, and I can give live demos. We can give live demos. We're with a team of 4. I also have a little surprise. I'm going to bribe the jury first with some Belgian chocolates before I take your questions. Thank you.
Is that allowed? Thank you. Thanks a lot, Bart.
And you get some chocolates as well in the audience.
Thanks a lot. Very funny.
All right.
So maybe my first question is, who are your main competitors and what are the advantages of your company? For instance, is Esri or Google a competitor to you?
Which one was the last one?
Esri and Google.
Yes.
I guess everyone knows it.
Yeah, so we come from the geospatial domain. Like the founders, we've been working for over 10 years with companies like Hexagon and so on. So we know the competitive space quite well. The biggest shortcoming in the geospatial domain and those companies is the ability to analyze big data sets interactively, and that's really where we focus on. So it's a data exploration, BI type of tool. We have a couple competitors that are active in the defense space that are, from a technology point of view, competing, but not from a business point of view because they are quite expensive to run in very expensive cloud environments. And we designed the algorithms to run on very small machines and scale still to large amounts. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks a lot. Very interesting.
Well, thank you, and also thank you for the bribe. As an employee of the city, I'm not sure if I can take it, but
you're welcome.
Yeah. I would like to ask a question about your funding or investors' situation. Are there any investors on board already, or what's your situation?
Yeah, so we raised a small amount of seed funding with business angels. It's all smart money. It's all mostly former CTOs or CEOs of technology companies that are active in the analytics AI space. So we don't have a VC on board yet. Yeah.
Yeah, I fear that already the Q&A session is over. So thanks a lot for the interesting insights and for the good discussion.
Thank you.
Again.
Thank you, Bart. All right, somehow I didn't receive any chocolate yet. I think you made a major mistake here, you know. Thank you. All right, guys. Maybe about the next startup. Not all of the startups were actually able to travel to Germany due to the known travel restrictions. So our next startup is from Brazil, and I hope we'll be able to say hello. Yes, that looks good. Daniel, live to Brazil. You already say it. Hola, brilliant technology. Are you ready to pitch for us?
Sí, claro.
Sí, claro. In English?
Yeah, for sure. It will be.
Good. All right, well then, your 3 minutes start now.
Okay, thanks a lot. Before I start, I would like to ask you, whatever happens in the next 2.5 minutes, please remember one thing. Guido. So, why is that? When I was asked to do the check here of the connection, I realized that in our Guido lab, there was an internet outage, which unfortunately happens once upon a time here in Brazil. So I had to go home to my apartment to be able to have this conversation. And could I take a car or a bus? No, I could not. Why? Because traffic in Sao Paulo is a mess. Traffic in Sao Paulo is really horrible. We have too many cars. It's polluted. People spend like 3 hours every day, up to 3 hours in traffic jams. And when we had a closer look, why is that? We realized there's a lot of different vehicles blocking the road that do different things at the same time. Mail delivery, food delivery, Uber is a really big player here, data collection with Google cars. And when we did the math and our research, we found out that every hour, 6 vehicles take about 100 kilometers, thereby contributing a lot to the traffic. So what we propose as a solution is compound mobility, which basically means having an intelligent vehicle that can do multiple things at the same time, decreasing the number of cars in the street, increasing the profitability of the driven kilometer. And this is Guido, a project we start here in Sao Paulo together with Uber. How do we make the car intelligent? we have developed the Guido Smart Box, which is basically a small device you connect directly to the car, and it makes you able to speak to the car, it makes the car able to speak to you, and this is how we create an intelligent fleet. And typically we are asked, okay, what's the product? We are not building only a product. We are building an ecosystem. Part of the ecosystem is the fleet of vehicles, but then we have the intelligence that is able to actually manage the different urban mobility demands, like mail delivery, food, and passenger transport. We have the connection to the people that we interact with through an app. And then, of course, we have the physical spaces where we deliver to our Guido drops, and also where we do have to charge our cars, which is the Guido charging station. So we are working towards an optimized vehicle with many small gadgets, but in total, the overall goal is to make the car as smart and as fitting as possible to urban mobility. So what we did, we put together the local hustlers and the international hackers, and we created a team to get started, and we are ready, and we actually dare to change Brazil for good. And I'm happy to answer any questions, because I know 3 minutes is not enough to talk enough about Guido. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. So in which state is your solution now? Do you have a pilot? Do you deploy already on the market? What's your strategy to enter the São Paulo market?
Just yesterday, we had the first prototype presentation of the connectivity between a car, the platform, and our mobile device. So there we're in prototyping phase. Business-wise, we are in the seed stage. So we are with some angel investors already, and we are raising Series A money towards the next 6 months. And our strongest asset, I would say here, apart from the team and the people that we have, is a close cooperation with the most relevant mobility player in Sao Paulo, which is Uber. So towards the end of the month, we will announce or disclose what exactly is this cooperation like. And with this strong partner, we are actually entering all those different things: goods delivery, passenger transport, food delivery, because here in Sao Paulo, everything works together with Uber.
So if you are referring to Uber, my question is, so why cooperates Uber with you and not, for instance, with Tesla? So maybe redesign a Tesla to the purposes you described.
We think that the optimal vehicle does not exist yet. So our intermediate step is to make an existing car. Could be a Tesla if here in Sao Paulo and Brazil, there would be a lot of Teslas, but they are by now not. So this is unfortunately not an option. So we will work on transforming the existing cars to smarter cars first, and then long-term target towards like an own vehicle exactly designed for that. And it could be maybe a cooperation with Tesla then.
Okay. Yeah.
All right, there is a question in the audience.
What is your total ask in terms of funding?
We're raising $5 million in Series A.
How much do you have in your pocket?
I think about 20 euros.
Enough.
Okay, we can collect. All right, more questions? No? Then that's it. Daniel, thank you so much.
Thanks a lot to you, and have nice presentations further. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day in Brazil, as it's only morning.
That's right. Thanks.
So, coming up for the next startup, there are 3 more coming up, 3 more very interesting solutions, I can promise the jury and all of you for sure. And the next one already standing there having something funnily looking in his hand is Lennart from Onsei. Lennart, tell us what you have there and all the application cases that are. Hello. And welcome him with an applause.
And there we go. I have one hand missing on my body to carry all objects up here. Well, I'm Leonard, I'm from Onsei. We all here have something in common. We are here to we're looking for clients, for customers, funding, whatever. We're doing this by using our voice. We want to talk to people. we at Onsai, we digitize, we automate, and we scale communication, verbal communication. By using ASR technology, so speech recognition, language processing, and text-to-speech to create the verbal word. We're not actually a new startup. We're on the market since 2016. We started by developing on Google Assistant, Amazon Alexa, and so on. But during the last years, we became one of 40 Google developer experts worldwide on the field of voice technology, and we became official development partners from Amazon Alexa, Google Assistant, and IBM Watson. One of our first customers was the public transportation in Berlin, BVG. So we developed a system on Amazon Alexa to have their passenger information system on Alexa, so people can ask their Alexa, how do I get from station to station? This is just quick communication. That's a communication we all know. We don't have to pick up our phones. We don't have to type in some station names we all don't know how to write and how to do it. So these are like three branches our agency still lives off and works on. We have on the one hand voice marketing, which is the products we do on Alexa and Google Assistant. On public transportation, I said already, we have products with some car sharing companies, so you can book a car on your Alexa quickly within seconds. And so this marketing field we are working on. On the other hand, over the years, we developed some deeper knowledge of the technology and used this technology to go into other fields. And because not everybody's using smart assistants, and some people really don't want to use it, especially in Germany. We see it again and again, still today. But we can take this technology and put it into IVR systems, for example, for telecommunication. So, we can also put it into web integrations. So we voiceify websites and apps. So you don't only have the graphic user interface, but within you have a voice user interface as well. You can skip over those websites, and they respond also graphically. And now, in cooperation with Fraunhofer Institute, we have the first German smart speaker, totally GDPR compliant. It's as I said, all technology is in Germany. You can host it on your own servers, or you can host it in the clouds.
You have to consider the time, please.
And that's it. Yeah, we work as an agency with typical agency things agencies do, and there's some clients, and open up for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, first of all.
Thank you. Yeah, so maybe my first question is your focus on hardware development and production or the software?
Software.
Software. Okay.
Stole my question.
Sorry.
Okay, so you're a software provider for voice recognition and interaction. So if I look ahead like 5 years, so I can order my stuff online with your technology, right?
You can actually do right.
I can also communicate with a bot that would advise me on what to buy. Is that right? Or,
yes.
or what are like use cases you would say are the core use cases you are selling your technology to? Is it also? I mean, there was some mobility link to the Berlin transport system, but what else could there be?
Well, it's voice commerce is one thing we're focusing on. So buying over smart assistants, I think this is a field that's will grow more and more. We are into in-car communication quite a lot. We partner with BMW and think about what the next in-car communication will look like. So the project is Cockpit 2025. So we consult that company to have a well-functioning voice bot within the cockpit of BMW.
I have some time, I'll be quick. Your market, so in mobility, are you targeting minorities such as people who, blind people or people who do not know how to spell or, or it's more general? What is your target, your main?
The main target is everybody that wants to use it. Nothing is faster than voice. It's our natural way of communication. We're just not very used to talking to machines. It's changing because our behavior with our smartphone changes as well. It was here and it was there, and now everybody using this. So we are used to interact with machines now via voice. It's a huge add-on, the accessibility of information and for example, blind people, that comes with the technology.
Very quick. How does this link with mobility specifically?
It always, the first thing is customer communication. It's not very linked with mobility by itself. It's all about communication, and mobility is not possible without communication.
Thank you, Leonard. Thanks a lot. All right, now we know how to soon order the next Uber or Moja or whatever we all use here in Hamburg. Let's talk about a different topic. On the whole fair, you see a lot of autonomous driving. You do also see at the home port a lot of drones flying. Now the question is, all those new technologies, how are they actually coordinated? Are they really safe? And that's what actually our next startup is dealing with. Sebastian from Spleen Lab will tell us a little bit how it can actually be safe to have drones flying around. Put your hands together for Sebastian.
Whoa, okay. Hi, I'm Sebastian. I'm one of the co-founders of Spleen Lab, and I jumped spontaneously in for my partner Marian, which is a little bit sick, so I try my best to give you a short and brief overview of what we are doing. Spleen Lab is a highly specialized software developer company, and we develop especially safe machine learning solutions for any kind of aircrafts, especially drones, but also air taxis and helicopters. We are founded in 2018. We are based in the heart of Germany, in Thuringia, but also here in the heart of Hamburg, in the digital hub logistics. And we are currently growing and have a bigger team than 13 employees, but these are the full-time employees. And we are working in several public projects, also here in Hamburg, in the Kojak project with the TU HH. And we have strong partnerships and a customer network in this field of future of mobility. And as I mentioned, we develop AI-based software products and sensor solutions for detection, tracking, collision avoidance, and also landing zone determination. And we had a successful demo flight on the demo area this day, and it was really cool. But I will come to this later. As I mentioned, we are a big team with a strong background in autonomous driving, and this is where we come from. And we thought we have to bring these concepts and ideas into the air. Mainly, we are many men, so we are also strongly looking for women which are developers and have fun to develop the new future of mobility. So what we saw is, what we believe, that the space over upon our heads is getting crowded, and we asked the question, how can we make this safe? So the answer for us is, let's bring AI into the air. And why should we do this for aircrafts and also UAVs? Because AI algorithms can solve complex tasks with human-like precisions in real time. So the data processing is on the vehicle, the analysis is on the vehicle, and so we can make decisions fast as people and mainly faster. And we believe that with multi-sensor data, you get the safety aspects best, and all our data is trained and not programmed. This, So as I mentioned, we see that sensor redundancy enables safety, and this is why we say different sensors have different strengths and different disadvantages. To fuse all the sensors with AI brings all the advantages together, as you can see, and then they exploit their full potentials for autonomous mobility. And I brought you a short, as from one of our customers. This is the nose of a drone, where we put a CPU and also a camera inside. That you can see it's really small, and we can make real-time decisions there. What keeps us busy? As I mentioned, we are strongly in aviation and automotive, but also in integrated solutions for any kind of customers. So yeah, that's what we're doing. And the products we have is Sense and Avoid, the ground truth estimation, and GPS denied positioning. I think with the semantic 3D mapping, these are crucial products you need for safe mobility in the air. Thanks a lot. Yeah. Feel free to ask. This is Marian. He could not be here, but I do my best for him. So yeah, please ask.
So thanks a lot. What are your next market steps? Or company steps,
Actually, we do many projects with customers, but we try to scale up on the market with integrated solutions in the aircrafts with certification processes, and afterwards, the idea is that we get out of the project business to come in the license business. So that's what we are doing and developing together with our partners. And we closed our first seed round last year, and now we are looking, or we are heading to the Series A. That's what we're doing now.
Thank you, Sebastian. Really impressive. What would you say made you or your colleagues open an office in Hamburg?
We have an office here. The question.
Why are you here in Hamburg?
Why are we in Hamburg?
What are your partners? Or what
because
is your,
we think that Hamburg is one of the best cities, also in logistics and also in aviation. It's, I think, one of the biggest civilian aircraft clusters worldwide. So we see that here's a good network. We are also working with the TUHH and the DLR, so these are short ways for us. And and it's a nice city too.
Yeah, of course.
And we also have this drone area now in the harbor.
That's all I wanted to hear. Thank you. No, seriously, are you planning on rolling out your research and development activities to other areas inside Germany or even internationally? Did the Pentagon also already knock on your door?
We are trying to expand. Next step is that we want to open an office in the US. So because we have also partners and projects there, and then it's one of our next steps. But we are also working all around Germany. We have partners with D3 in Munich, Auterion. So we're really good. We're a really good network here. So
sounds good. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Sebastian. All right, it's been a long day. I can see it, I can feel it, I think you all can feel it, but one person is pretty sure not feeling it yet. But I have to admit, I just saw him having a beer, so he's probably really relaxed. And I want to introduce from Starship Technology, Jan, I think, startup with the pretty much coolest merchandise I've seen so far. So come on up to the stage, the last startup for today.
Yeah, hey, moin, I'm Jan. I work for Starship Technologies. We are an Estonian-based company, and we create and build last-mile delivery robots, because last mile can make up to 28% of the total cost of a delivery. And this is how it all started. we started creating Mars mission vehicles in NASA competitions, and that's one of our founders. He actually founded or was one of the co-founders of Skype. And we believe that in 21st century, the transport of things for nearly no money is needed, and that's why we came up with the robots, and we aim for €1 per delivery. Here are some prototypes, and we started, and we come to our challenge, because in Germany we have still in some places no laws for our robots, but we have a special permission in Hamburg. But we had to prove that we are able what we promised. So I personally walked the robot for 3 years during, bad weather conditions, but I'm kind of proud of that. On that day, we were delivering for Foodora food to people in Hamburg, and we were the last riders on the road. The bicycles already gave up, the cars gave up, but the robot was still ongoing. But meanwhile, during the 3 years, we had to find a way how we actually can earn money. So we found our niche, and it's industrial sites, because on industrial sites, on large factory grounds, companies have the problem that they have to transport samples, other equipment from a building to another building. And this is mainly done by highly paid engineers, and they don't have time to do their real job. So companies such Bayer or Merck, they are using our robots, have less downtimes, less stuff piling up, and actually they love using the robots and save real money by using the robots. So that's our business model in Germany. We have large fleets there. And so far we have done 4.2 million kilometers autonomously. We have done 1.6 million commercial deliveries, and we cross every day 80,000 streets. Here are just some of our partnerships. So Tesco and Coop is mainly the UK market, some in America, and some German partnerships. And now shoot me your questions.
And I'll start, if it's okay. Well done for finding your niche. It's very interesting because it's on private areas. But are you planning for the future if you want to deliver food? Those are small robots. Where will they be driving? On the pavement, on the bike lanes? And does it work with an app, I would imagine?
Our robots drive on sidewalks with max 6 kilometers per hour. And actually in UK, people do regular grocery shopping with our robots. And especially during COVID, the demand increased drastically. In Hamburg, we even did during the lockdown contact deliveries of COVID tests to people at home. So they did the test at home without having to take the subway or anything, and put it back in the robot. Robot drove to laboratory, and you got your results right away on your phone. So the future will be on sidewalks, but now the B2B model in Germany is working so well that we focus in Germany on the B2B model.
Yeah, thanks a lot. So what's the business model? So do you sell the robots? Do you provide the delivery service, or?
The companies rent the robots because we have an all-included package with customer service and also maintenance, and that's most practical for most of the companies.
And also the software to book the journeys?
Yes, and the software is all built by ourselves, so yeah.
Okay, very interesting.
All right, last opportunity for the audience to position a question if you have. No. Well then, thanks a lot, Jan, and put your hands together for Starship Technology.
Thank you, have a nice evening.
All right, I announced it. That has been the very last pitch for today. The jury votes are being conducted right now, being assessed in a second with our smart AI called Annabelle. And after that, we will know who has been the winner of this evening session. To give you an outlook, we have more pitches coming up. Tomorrow morning at 11 p.m., we have another session of pitches coming up. Some of them you haven't seen yet. And then the champions, the top 4 or maybe 5, because today we had actually 2 winners in the afternoon. The top 4 or 5 startups will pitch again in our Champions League, and I think that will be super interesting as well. But now looking at you 3 guys, tell me, give me a short feedback. How was that session for you? Were you impressed? Did you find what you were looking for? Maybe everybody in 1 minute, like a short recap. And we start with the lady, of course.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it was a very interesting session, and there were very good ideas. Some of them need more work, maybe. Some of them need a better pitch. But yeah, I always really, really insist on to tell your story, because it helps. It helps a lot. And no, very impressed, very, very happy with the session. And I'm looking forward to hearing from also other startups. It's great.
Great, thank you. What do you think? Do you agree, or do you have a different opinion?
I absolutely agree. There were really, really interesting pitches, some more related to mobility, some a little bit less related to mobility, but I think all really, really interesting technologies and approaches to problem solving. And it's really interesting to see that they are all coming here to Hamburg, of course, to get together, to mix and to maybe work on new ideas together, which could actually take place here in Hamburg in the future. So yeah, very great to see what's happening here.
All right. Simon, your feedback, and right away afterwards, I know you already have the results. Please announce who's the winner after that.
Yeah, so maybe to be brief, I think what's really promising to hear or promising to feel is that Europe is in this very important field of technology still in the game. And also, I really like that this gathering takes place here in Hamburg, in Germany. And then I would like to come to the most interesting part of that, what I like to announce. So, the winner of this evening session is, so the first place goes to the first speaker, Angoka.
Wow, Daniel Angoka, come on up to the stage.
Thank you.
Yeah, congratulations again.
Thank you very much indeed. That's this is my first pitch. I've only recently come into the world of startups, having worked in government and bigger industry, so I'm completely overwhelmed. It was far easier than I thought it was.
Yeah.
And actually, no, being seriously, I didn't expect to get this because there's some fantastic pitches there and some absolutely amazing products and companies. So I'm very honored. Thank you.
And maybe one word, Daniel. You could also have done that pitch in German, right?
Ich habe es auf Deutsch. Nein, diesen Zeit ist es zu spät. Aber normalerweise
Next time.
Ja. Danke.
We can have a beer together, then it's easier.
Thank you, Daniel. We see you back on stage tomorrow at 4 p.m. You earned a new pitching slot to practice again. And for everybody else who had a watch at the watch, it's almost the end of the day. So we're just saying thank you for visiting us. We invite you to have a look at the booths, come back tomorrow during the day, and also come back in the evening, because we do have a startup party where you can meet all those cool ideas and the people behind it with a drink at the Mojo Club. You see those flyers flying around, so just use the QR code and then have a great evening with us. And for now, have a good evening tonight. Bye-bye.